It's the health orders. It's not easy to live with. You know, we MPs have big houses, maybe most of us, but a lot of people out there are living in 3.5-room apartments, and there are 8 of them in there. Not easy to get through this. Had the Prime Minister shown an ability to listen from the very outset, rather than just going out and insulting the whole gang of them, you know, these are Canadians. These are the people of Canada. We might well have cut this Gordian knot and gotten through this crisis in a different way.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Speaker, rather. My question to my colleague is, should we take seriously the far right's organized and funded attack on our democracy? An attack that is aimed at intimidating our fellow Canadians, forcing Parliament to shut down because of security issues. Is this something we must take seriously, and must we take serious action at all levels to counter this? Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Yes, of course, but there are sections in the criminal code that help us do that. We don't need the act we're now dealing with. You know, Donald Trump certainly isn't my friend down there in the States. He's funding all kinds of stuff, and he's got an aura kind of all over the place. It's seeping into so many countries, such influence, and we need to push back on that. But we have tools to do so. We don't need this act to do so. We did it before, and I imagine we'll be at that a little harder now and after this debate. Returning to debate, the Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Chair. First, allow me to congratulate my colleague from Longueuil-Saint-Hubert for his passionate speech, but especially for having accepted to share his time with me. It's with a good deal of concern that I take the floor here to say something during this historic debate.
To start, I'd like to ask how you feel about the images we've seen on the television for several hours now, charging horses, confrontations. Well, I'll tell you how I feel. I wonder how we could possibly have gotten here. And I know I'm not the first person to ask this, and that several colleagues have already spoken about this. But I will repeat that we object to the application of the Emergency Measures Act throughout Canada. I would like to say that I studied applied politics at the University of Sherbrooke, which gives me a deeply democratic point of view. And I must say that the signal that this message, the message that this measure sends, may undermine our democratic system. And I'm also concerned about the risk of radicalization, as well as the matter of respecting Quebec's jurisdiction, as well as the provinces and territories. Now, I will not give a demagogical speech, as some have tried to do, but democratically, it is legitimate to ask, was it really necessary to have this law applied? Because the government must show 2 things to apply it. It must show that the situation is dangerous and urgent, and that it is impossible to face it with ordinary laws. Now, in answer to the first question, we can certainly answer that the situation is dangerous. But the situation is limited to Ontario, and in fact, specifically to Ottawa. So if the act were to apply, or if the situation were to apply, it should only be in the place where the occupation is, which is not in Quebec. I would like to repeat what has been said earlier. Using this act should not be something to be taken lightly, and its application should be measured and balanced. Another one of my concerns is that the use of this law, if used overly broadly, could create a dangerous precedent. And I have another question. Why does the Prime Minister want to apply this law throughout the country, especially since he himself stated on multiple occasions that it will not be used where it is not necessary? The Prime Minister also added in the House and in documents that were provided that he is concerned that other blockades will be erected elsewhere in Canada, given the effects of social media organizing. But I would wonder, and I will illustrate this later, that perhaps this act itself increases support for the convoyeurs on the same social media networks. No matter how I look at it, I don't see that there is a real and imminent risk that the situation in Ottawa may apply elsewhere. One should not apply a historic law just in case. And in fact, the debate would be completely different if the motion was limited to the province of Ontario. The government might have easily gained a majority vote in Parliament, but the only reason we're here is that just as it has often done before, this government has delayed. It could have faced the situation with ordinary legislation, as we've seen. In the past, it could have done so with good collaboration between the police forces. Why not draw inspiration from what has been done in Canada and Quebec before trying to apply this act? And if we look to the past a little bit, well, we can remember that we didn't need this act to deal with the 2020 rail blockades, the Oka crisis, the Caledonia crisis, September 11th, COVID-19, or any other conflict in the history of Canada. If this is used too liberally or for no real reason, there's a risk of sending the wrong message to politicians and even worse, the public, by using the act too broadly or unnecessarily. The government has known for a long time that some demonstrators had turned into occupiers who were there to stay. And then all the government did was to keep saying that Ottawa was responsible for managing the crisis. On February 6th, the city declared a state of emergency, and the next day, the Ottawa police asked for reinforcements from the province and government. That was more than 12 days ago. From the beginning, the Bloc Québécois wanted to act in a constructive fashion. If the government had been listening, and if it had wanted to show leadership, if it had been ready to sit down with protesters, if it had created a plan, or if it had even helped to design a plan, well, we wouldn't be here today. I was listening to a constitutional expert speak this morning. He explained that there were already ways of taking action. The Road Safety Code, municipal Ottawa rules, the criminal code, and triple collaboration between the various levels could have enabled the police services to take action together and reinforce existing laws. And in fact, the Ford government's declaration of a state of emergency in Ontario on February 11th had already given the municipal and provincial police a great many powers. The federal government should have understood, but instead it decided to put its head in the sand and ignore the serious situation. In fact, even now we can see that the blockades may end before the Emergency Measures Act is edicted. So it doesn't necessarily, one can't necessarily make a link between the act and the end of the blockades. Of course, there is a risk of radicalization. Now, we hope that everything will be over without violence, but we know that the fewer protesters there are, the more we are reaching a core of hardened, possibly extremist individuals who may have nothing to do with the initial spirit of the demonstration. The last participants are increasingly unstable and unpredictable. And what will these occupiers be feeling as they leave? Currently, they feel supported financially and by partisans, and we can see that they are organized. Recently, I was reading a book about Western democracy and radicalization, a book edited by David Morin and Sami Yaoun, as well as Sylvana Albaba-Douailly. And I was interested about the matter since the issue was also addressed at the Status of Women Committee that I am vice chair of, as well as the Public Safety Committee. And from the very beginning, there were some interesting remarks. Here's a quote. The century is finishing badly. As was stated in a short history of the 20th century that was published in 1994, it is clear that the few years of the 21st century have not gone much better. There have been many terrorist actions, civil conflicts, international conflicts, victims, displaced people, major migratory crisis, financial crisis, rise of populism, violent ultra-right, climate problems, and now COVID-19. As Quebec has clearly said, we do not want this legislation. And it is very clear that when there is clear political will, we can avoid problems, and I would like to congratulate the police forces on their excellent professional work. So in conclusion, this is not really the question is not really debating the Emergency Measures Act, but to wonder why and how we got here. And by just asking the question, I'm already answering it. And one last thing. There's an image that keeps coming back to me when I think about the Liberal government. The image of the arsonist firefighter. That's what it reminds me of. They let the situation get worse and worse. They let things get worse and didn't do anything, just as they usually do. And in addition, the Prime Minister insulted the demonstrators by making generalizations and putting them all in the same basket. And then swanned in with the Emergency Measures Act, as if to put out a fire that it itself had initially lit. And instead, this government has been pouring oil on the fire and fanning the flames of division and hate. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I respect the member opposite, but I'm going to take strong disagreement with one point that her and her party have made repeatedly today in today's debate, which is that there is no crisis. I think we are in agreement with the blockades that still exist outside the chamber. So in Ottawa, there clearly is a problem. But we know that on February 14th, the declaration was put into force. On February 16th, we know that in Windsor, an attempted resurrection of the blockade was attempted and thwarted successfully, which was great. But today, the reports are showing that even today, the Surrey border is again being closed on account of blockades. Clearly, the protest continues. The problem has not been resolved. Does the member opposite agree that indeed these tools are required in order to address what is clearly a national problem that must be regulated in order to ensure that the economic security, territorial integrity, and sovereignty of our borders is not compromised by unlawful and illegal blockades?
Honourable Député de Shefford.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. But as I think I showed in my speech, this crisis is not national. It is circumscribed to Ottawa. Elsewhere, for example, in Quebec, the crisis was settled because various stakeholders worked together. The authorities and police had all the tools they needed to act. And in Quebec, the Department of Public Safety, the Mayor of Quebec City, and many other stakeholders worked together and showed firm political will to avoid the situation degenerating. And that's what happened. And we've seen that in various locations. There were the necessary tools. This Emergency Measures Act will not help. It is only fanning the flames of division.
For Edmonton, St. Albert.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member for Shefford for her thoughtful speech. And she spoke about how we got here, and she alluded to the comments that the Prime Minister made in casting a broad brush to all of the folks who came to Ottawa and the millions of Canadians who supported them. Would she agree that the Prime Minister, had he tried to extend an olive branch, to listen, to engage in dialogue, that could have at least turned down the temperature, but instead the Prime Minister escalated the situation?
Honourable Député de Shefford.
The Honourable Member. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Indeed, I touched on that. The Prime Minister didn't have to behave like a political pundit. What we needed from him was to act as a political leader. He needed to act as the leader of a group of 3 political levels to bring everyone to the same table and find a peaceful solution. But unfortunately, instead, he just made the situation worse. But that's what he usually does. Let's look at the Wet'suwet'en crisis. This is what the Prime Minister always does. He lets things get worse, hoping that things will get better by magic. But that's not how it works, Madam Speaker. We need a leader that can bring people together to find solutions to crises. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleague just mentioned this, but I would like to give her the opportunity to go into it in a little more depth. During a crisis, everyone needs to examine their perspective in order to ensure that they act in time. And I'm asking whether it's possible that the digging in of these occupants was encouraged by some politicians. And is it possible that they dug in more because they were encouraged by the Prime Minister's words, which meant that people felt abandoned? That people felt like they were being treated with contempt and ostracized? I would like to hear from her about that, and also about how every side of this House needs to delve into its own conscience and think about its behavior. The Honourable Member for Shefford, I'd like to thank my colleague for her important question. I think as politicians, we need to listen. We need to listen to the diverse voices that existed in this protest. It is not our job to take sides and make unnecessary comments. And when she talks about the lessons we can draw from all this, I think the lessons we should draw is that we need to listen and bring people together. And again, once again, we should...
The Honourable Member for Banff Airdrie.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I thought that we lived in a democracy in Canada. But in a democracy, the government can't suspend people's rights. They can't freeze people's assets. They can't seize their bank accounts just because they disagree with them. And that's what we're seeing today. That's what we're seeing with the application of this Emergencies Act. And that's why when we vote on this on Monday night, I will be opposing this completely unwarranted infringement on the rights and freedoms of Canadians. And I'll do so for 3 reasons. First, because the government failed to understand why this is happening. Second, the government failed to know what to do about it. And third, because most importantly, the government has absolutely failed to provide any legitimate justification for this unprecedented overreach. Now, I'll start with the last reason, because we need to talk about what's required to justify the use of this Emergencies Act. Using the Emergencies Act demands a true threat to national security, such as the threat of violence, for the purpose of achieving a political, religious, or ideological objective, or the overthrow of the constitutionally established system of government in Canada. So we have the government arguing for the use to invoke legislation that's designed for things like a foreign invasion, a civil war, or a terrorist attack. Now I ask, Madam Speaker, is this a civil war, a terrorist attack, a foreign invasion? I think it would be very difficult for anyone to argue that it's any of those things. Now, it's also required for this act that something needs to seriously threaten the ability of the Government of Canada to preserve the sovereignty, security, and territorial integrity of Canada. Now, notice the importance of the word "and." It would require that all of the sovereignty of this country, its security, and its territorial integrity are threatened, and that the Government of Canada feels that their ability to preserve those things is impossible without its use. Now, can it really be argued, Madam Speaker, that our territorial integrity as a country, that our sovereignty as a country are at risk here? Again, we're not talking about a foreign invasion or a terrorist attack. Now, we are talking about some illegal acts that are happening. People are blocking streets and roadways, and that's clearly illegal, and it needs to end. But it's not what constitutes the need for the use of the Emergencies Act. Now, I think one of the things that we can do to look at the reasons why this isn't justified is to look at some of the other examples of situations where this act hasn't been warranted, where it hasn't been applied. You know, I've heard lots of talk about disruption of daily life in Ottawa. I've heard lots of talk about potential threats of violence, and that's been littered throughout a lot of the speeches we've heard from government Liberal members and from NDP members to try and justify their voting for the use of this act. But you know, if you use that as the barometer, think about in 2010 the G20 summit in Toronto. In that instance, you had 10,000 protesters. You had police cars that were flipped over and started on fire. You had millions of dollars of damages to local businesses, and you had 97 police officers that were injured. Yet that didn't warrant the use of the Emergencies Act. Now, I'm not arguing that it should have. There are other ways to deal with situations like that. And it wasn't used in that situation. So the arguments are pretty flimsy that we're hearing about, these disruptions of daily life and things like that. We think about in 2001 during 9/11. That is the very definition of terrorism. Airspace was restricted. All flights were canceled in and out. There was fear. I remember people saying to me things like, is this the beginning of World War III? Is this the end of the world as we know it? Those were the kinds of feelings that people had at the time. And I hear lots of people talking about being afraid of this situation. But it certainly doesn't compare with the fear that many felt then. And I'm not suggesting that the Emergencies Act was needed at that time either. But it certainly would tell us that it probably isn't required in the situation we're in today. And I've heard lots of arguments about the effects on the economy, about critical infrastructure being blocked, things like rail lines, highways, etc., and border crossings. And I think the best comparison when you're looking at that kind of a situation, a very, very similar type of blockades that were going on back 2 years ago, pipelines and railway blockades that were going on across the country. And those went on for a few weeks at that time as well. And I think all of those same arguments that are being made now to justify the use of this act could have been made had the decision been made to use the Emergencies Act then. And I'm not suggesting that it should have been used. But at that time, the Prime Minister said, we are a country that recognizes the right to protest, and we will ensure that everything is done to resolve this through dialogue and constructive outcomes. And his Aboriginal Affairs Minister at the time said, let's ensure that we get to a peaceful solution that involves dialogue. I don't hear any discussion of trying to find a way to do that, to have a peaceful solution, to find dialogue. I actually believe that in this case, had there been some sort of dialogue with the folks that came with concerns to Ottawa, had there been some way to address those concerns, that we would have probably seen this come to a very quick resolution. And if I have time yet, I would like to speak to that in a moment or two. But I want to also raise the issue. There was many speeches that I've heard today and otherwise that claimed there's some threat to Parliament and therefore to our democracy. Yes, there is proximity to the Parliament. I've not seen anyone try to storm into the Parliament buildings. I have not seen any of those kinds of actions take place. They're here to make a point, and yes, there's an illegal nature to what's going on, and I absolutely will make it very clear that I do not condone legal acts, whatever the point that someone's trying to make is. But there's certainly in 2014, I believe it was, when we had Corporal Nathan Cirillo killed by an armed attacker at our National War Memorial, who then stormed our Parliament. Nobody suggested using the Emergencies Act at that time either, and I'm not suggesting that should have been done at that time. But that was a far bigger threat to our Parliament and to our democracy at that time than what we're seeing today. So we have a government that really fails to understand why this is all happening. They have their reasons that they believe it's happening, but why it's happening is because people are sick and tired. They're frustrated. They don't see the justifications for some of the things that the government is doing. And we can debate all we want whether it's appropriate to engage in illegal acts, and it clearly isn't. In order to make that point. But there are many people in this country and many people who supported, the convoys and the blockades with they might have given $50 because they're tired of lockdowns and mandates and restrictions. Is it really fair to argue that someone who had no idea that there would be any kind of illegal activity taking place should have their bank account seized or their assets frozen because they gave $50 because they're just tired of COVID restrictions? The government doesn't have a right to make decisions like this just because they disagree with someone's point of view. And they failed to act on it. They could have done. We gave them an opportunity to end, or at least bring forward a plan to end all the federal mandates and restrictions. Had they done that, they would have been following in the footsteps of many provinces, many other countries. They would have been following the science and evidence and what it shows. But they chose not to do that. And instead, they've caused more fear. They've caused more division in this country. And people are afraid. I've heard from many people who are scared because they gave maybe $50, $100 to some of these efforts. And the government is refusing to tell those people whether their bank accounts will be seized. That causes fear, that causes division, and that causes disunity. And this government should be ashamed of itself for taking this step. And I will be opposing it all the way.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, the member says all the Prime Minister needed to do was engage in dialogue and we could have come to a peaceful resolution with these occupiers outside. Well, his Premier, Jason Kenney, didn't engage with dialogue at the Coots board or at the Coots Crossing. The Premier of Ontario, Doug Ford, didn't engage in dialogue. The Premier of Manitoba didn't engage with dialogue at the blockade there. So I'm curious if the member can comment. Is it just Liberal leaders that need to engage in dialogue, or does the member not see the hypocrisy in his statements?
Honourable Member for Manfredry.
I'll talk about hypocrisy. The hypocrisy is the Prime Minister and his statements in 2020 as compared to his statements now. Very similar types of situations. Blockades that were happening. They were going on for weeks. They were across the country. They were blocking critical infrastructure. All of the arguments that we're hearing made for why this act was required today. And the Prime Minister at that time said that we should resolve this through dialogue and constructive outcomes. We offered an opportunity to this government to have a constructive outcome by ending the federal mandates and restrictions in order to make sure that many other Canadians that feel the same concerns but aren't part of any kind of an illegal protest can see the end of that as well. And that would have been the opportunity to have a constructive outcome. That's hypocrisy. The Prime Minister is full of it.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to pick up on the idea of doing a collective examination of conscience. I don't want to be moralistic. I have quite the temperament myself. I was wondering, is it possible that there are people who've minimized the danger of the words of some protesters, and there are others who've exaggerated the danger of the words spoken? So, at the end of the day, shouldn't we be asking how we can be careful about extremes and avoid them?
Member for Manfredry.
Yeah, I think that is a very fair statement. We all want to see extremes avoided, and certainly I want to make it very clear that nobody condones illegal activity when it's taking place. And the folks that are engaged in that, there needs to be action taken to ensure that that's not being allowed to happen. But at the same time, the invoking of this Emergencies Act, that there's just not a justification here for that. Talk about an extreme. That's a very extreme measure to take, to invoke the Emergencies Act. And I have not seen a shred of anything that would show me a justification for invoking that, for the government giving itself the ability to seize the bank account.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you. Well, my honourable colleague says he has difficulty seeing what basis there might be for the Emergencies Act. I want to put some of the facts to him. A serious border closure at the Ambassador Bridge, jeopardizing $330 million of trade a day, and a threat to Canada-U.S. trade. Interruptions to Canada's auto industry and our manufacturing sector in the Golden Horseshoe. A cache of weapons and murder conspiracy charges in Coots, Alberta. A blockade of streets in Ottawa for 3 weeks, shutting down many businesses in our nation's capital, harass and threaten citizens. Undercover intelligence revealing plans to expand the blockade to ports and airports, an openly published manifesto calling for government change, foreign interference and funding in our domestic affairs, far-right involvement, threats to towing companies and drivers, and use of trucks, tractors as blockade weapons. To my honorable colleague, does he really think that none of those facts are relevant to an honest assessment of whether the Emergencies Act is triggered? Or does he really think that there's no facts present in Canada that might warrant such an examination?
Honourable Member for Banff-Airdrie.
Well, certainly there are a lot of things that he's listed there that are of concern. They're of great concern, and they need to be dealt with. But the Emergencies Act, there is a very high bar for the use of the Emergencies Act. It certainly has not been met. We're not talking about, threats to the sovereignty of this country. We're not talking about things like, foreign invasions and things like that would ordinarily be the requirement for this. Now, he did mention one thing that I want to just touch on briefly. He talked about foreign funding. Well, there has been a lot of talk, and I have been one who has raised this many times in Parliament and its committees about foreign funding and the fact that it goes many times to try and block our critical infrastructure in this country, things like pipelines. Where was...
Resume debate. L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Beauce. Madam Speaker, today I stand in this chamber with sadness and disappointment. This week, for the first time since it was adopted, the Emergencies Act was invoked by the Prime Minister. This is a historic event. Over the past 3 weeks, the Prime Minister has not taken any meaningful action to diffuse the protests across the country or use any other tool at his disposal. Instead, he has jumped straight to the most extreme measures. For more than 3 weeks, this government has stood by as blockades have shut down our borders and other important infrastructure. While this government stood silently by and demonized peaceful protesters by painting them all with the same brush, Canadians came out in droves just to be heard. This Prime Minister doesn't even have the compassion to listen to the people with whom he disagrees. This is totally unbecoming of a leader of a country. Many of these people are our neighbors, our fellow citizens, Canadians who want to be heard and receive a modicum of respect from their Prime Minister. The Prime Minister has decided that because he doesn't agree with them and doesn't like their opinions, he won't listen to them. At every turn, the Prime Minister has stigmatized, marginalized, and divided Canadians. Madam Speaker, why has the government jumped to this extreme measure without taking action to relieve the pressure? No government should resort to the kind of extreme measures outlined in the Emergencies Act without exhausting all other options. We have called on the government to publicly commit to a clear plan and timetable for removing federal mandates and restrictions. The Liberals and NDP refused to support our motion. And instead of doing that, the Prime Minister has sought even more power. This comes as provincial governments are announcing plans to end COVID-19 restrictions. Madam Speaker, many provinces have expressed their displeasure with the Prime Minister's actions. They do not want this government to impose the Emergencies Act in their jurisdictions. Just as the trucking industry has made it clear that they were never consulted about the mandates imposed by the government, the provinces and territories do not appear to have been consulted in this case either. Our country seems to be turning more and more into a dictatorship. Unfortunately, to the surprise of no one, the NDP is once again supporting this government by forming a coalition that divides the country. Madam Speaker, my office has been inundated with communications from constituents who are extremely concerned about the continued excessive policies of this government. My staff is having a difficult time responding to the volume of calls and emails on this issue. The fact is that Canadians just want to see a light at the end of the tunnel. We are all tired. Many colleagues have said so earlier. But this government and its ally, the NDP, don't seem to want to set targets for reopening. I find that shameful. Madam Speaker, as you know, the Conservatives are the party of law and order. We believe that illegal blockades must be ended quickly and peacefully. However, the Prime Minister's actions could have the opposite effect. Almost all of the protests have now dissipated, but the Prime Minister feels that this is the time to fan the flames to further divide this country. We need to come together as a country, despite our different opinions, for the well-being of the country. I wish the Prime Minister would realize that. The measure we are debating today is a prime example of this Prime Minister's lack of leadership. It is his way of hiding his mistakes and those of his ministers, but rest assured, Canadians and the rest of the world are watching us. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, I have spent many years of my life working as a representative of my community. I have spent over 20 years of my life serving the people of Beauce. The biggest quality I have learned over the years is that the most important thing a politician can do is to listen. I have always taken the time to listen to people's concerns. I've taken the time to have meaningful debates over coffee in a restaurant or at the local grocery store. This Prime Minister is so out of touch with reality that he doesn't take the time to talk to ordinary Canadians. If there are no cameras around, he is not interested. Our country needs to reevaluate its true values and ask itself if this Prime Minister is the right person to lead it. After calling an unnecessary election to gain more power, this government has come back with another minority government. He keeps saying that Canadians made a different choice by re-electing him, but he forgets that for the second election in a row, the Conservatives won the popular vote. Of course, the Prime Minister will never attest to the fact that he got less votes than the official opposition. The fact is that these Liberals have the NDP in the palm of their hands, and I think it is shameful that they continue to throw gasoline on the fire with the Prime Minister. Madam Speaker, as I stand here today, I ask myself, why can't we let the police and the powers that be do their job, while we do ours in this House, which is to pass and debate legislation to improve the lives of Canadians. People in my riding cannot even get decent cell coverage. They cannot get Service Canada on the phone when their EI or GIS is cut off, or when they are victims of fraud. They can't get temporary foreign workers into Canada that they so desperately need to fill important positions to grow their businesses. As we sit in this House debating the failings of this Prime Minister and his cabinet, my constituents will continue to pay the price for his incompetence. Madam Speaker, to conclude, I will be voting against this motion, as will all of my Conservative colleagues. I do not believe that what our country is going through right now requires us to take such powerful measures. We have gone through over 2 years of a global pandemic. Many of the protests have dissipated. This is not the time to lose the confidence of our nation by taking drastic action against our own people. I implore all of my colleagues here to think long and hard about how they will vote on this motion. Your constituents are watching. So thank you, Madam Speaker. And now I would be happy to take questions from my colleagues.
Questions? Honourable Gilwood.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm very pleased that my constituents will be standing and watching how I vote. I'm quite looking forward to that. The honourable member referenced the fact that we should just let the police do their job. I take note that since this legislation was proclaimed or was tabled on Monday, that the police actually have been enabled to do their job. When I walked here this morning, or this afternoon, I needed a police escort to get across Wellington Street. Since that time, the police have cleared Wellington Street and are on the way of clearing off all of the rest of the side streets. So the legislation actually has enabled the police to do their job. So I'd be interested in the honourable member's reasons for resistance to the legislation that actually enables the police to do their job.
The honourable member for Beauce. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his question. When I say that the police must do its work, it has done so and has done so elsewhere in Canada, as we have seen so many times, even recently. In our province in Quebec, police officers intervened a couple of weeks ago. They had no Emergencies Act. They managed to get control of a situation. Same today. We really have to wonder, have we truly used all available means to allow the police to work based on the authorities they already had to meet the needs? And this has taken place in other provinces. Comments? The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for this most informative speech. A Liberal colleague earlier referred to a theatre play when my colleague was looking for an emergency and couldn't find one. It seems to me it's the Prime Minister we can't find when we go looking for him. Invoking this act, isn't it just hiding the incompetence of the government? I'd like to hear my colleague on this matter. The honourable member for Beauce. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I thank my colleague for this excellent question. Given that, yes, indeed, one would think one were in a play. Simply because, in my view, the Prime Minister and the current government opposite have never used the full set of tools they have available that are available to our police authorities across the country. So perhaps this is a way of hiding incompetency, given the number of problems I've laid out before you that many of our constituents would like them to be dealing with, rather than discussing the Emergencies Act right now.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Ottawa Police have expressed concerns around the significant amount of foreign funding supporting this occupation. Foreign funding funneled into Canada, often anonymously, supporting a movement that clearly states the goal of overturning government. These funds have been used to push forward an agenda of hate disguised as a peaceful protest. Many joining this cause unaware or perhaps ignoring the actual intentions of the organizers. Can the member not agree that the lack of government leadership has led us here, and that the Emergency Act will provide us with what is required to finally help people?
L'honorable député de Beauce.
The honourable member for Beauce. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her question. I think that given the rules we now have available to us in Canada, we have surveillance carried out already in this regard. I don't think, I'm convinced, no one has convinced me, that just by using this act, we would give more teeth to the rules and regulations that we already have available. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Mirabel. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We're told that among these convoy supporters, some would like to overthrow the government. Now, I'd like my colleague to tell me, of the 0 trucks left outside, how many would like to overthrow the government? The honourable member for Beauce. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for this excellent question. I, too, have gone over to look out the window to see, and I see, as we all do, that there isn't that much left out there to be threatening us. We're debating, of course, and we'll be debating right through Monday in the afternoon or the beginning of the evening, but I have to wonder why, given that most of the takedown of the activities that are along the land have already taken place.
Affairs. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
She's still on mute.
You're on mute.
She's okay now.
Oh. Okay.
She keeps going on and off mute.
It seems that your system is on and off mute.
Sorry, Madam Speaker, are you referring to me? Okay. Sorry, with the translation, I couldn't hear which parliamentary secretary you're referring to. My apologies. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and for the opportunity to speak today on this important legislation. I could say I'm thankful to, be debating this, but I think many of us in this place have spoken about the fact that this is not necessarily a day of legislation that we are particularly happy about. In fact, I'm disappointed that we are in a place in this country where we are in a situation where we actually. But with that being said, I think it is incredibly important to be debating something that we are seeing right outside of our doors in the House of Commons. The member who just some of the questions and comments, we're talking about how, the trucks have cleared. There is no need to be, invoking the Emergencies Act. It's almost as if they don't realize that the reason those trucks have cleared is in fact because the Emergencies Act was invoked. That the police and the measures that came forward to clear those very streets that the member who just spoke said when he looked out the window, he didn't see those trucks, was in fact because of the legislation we are debating now. Normally in this place, when we debate legislation, we all make assumptions and discuss the intentions, or opposition raises concerns of what might happen or what might come as a result of legislation. But in fact, Madam Speaker, we are in a unique situation where right outside the doors of the House of Commons, you are seeing the implementation of this act in real time. And you are seeing what, after 3 weeks of a non-ability, and there will be lots of dialogue and lots of looking into what happened, what went wrong to bring us to this place. But for anyone to suggest that the government or the Prime Minister woke up one day and just invoked this act and it was never needed, then they clearly haven't been in Ottawa for the last 3 weeks. They haven't been watching the news with their own eyes for the last 2 days. to see the impact of this very act being implemented on the streets. I'm grateful to the police forces that have come and are moving these people back, moving these people out of this community, out of this city, because it has not been a safe place for many of our staff, for many of the business owners around Parliament and in the downtown core and in neighborhoods. The people of Ottawa have been terrorized for 3 weeks, have felt unsafe to live in their own homes, in their own communities. I've seen reports and interviews with persons with disabilities who had food insecurity because they were unable to go to a grocery store or to have food delivered because they lived in an area where these so-called protesters had occupied the streets. They couldn't access transit. And somehow the Conservatives say nothing to see here because they are too busy trying to court the votes of those very people in the streets who are wreaking havoc, not just for Parliament, but for Canadians who live in this city. I think it is incredibly naive for the Conservatives to say that, you know, this is just peaceful protesters that have come here. I have no doubt in my mind that there were some individuals who came thinking this was really just about vaccine mandates or they are upset with what's happening with COVID. But the organizers themselves had been saying for weeks prior to coming to Ottawa their very intentions. So anyone to suggest that they didn't know were simply not paying attention or are pretending to rewrite history. But the organizers who came to Ottawa, who wanted this convoy to take over the streets of Ottawa, they made it very clear that they were coming to Ottawa to overthrow the democratically elected government and instead put in its place. I don't know in what world I would ever see a Conservative Party sit around and defend a group of people who overturn the entire Parliament, by the way. That meant, Madam Speaker, the seats of those Conservative members who now stand up and defend these individuals, that could discount the very votes of Canadian citizens that elected all of us to this place. Just 6 months ago, there was a democratically held election, an election in that the Conservatives screamed that was unneeded, unnecessary. They were happy to continue with the Prime Minister in place as the Prime Minister. But we felt, our government felt, that an election was needed for the very reason to talk to Canadians, to put forward a platform about how to move forward next when it comes to COVID and post-COVID. And Canadians, the vast majority of Canadians, supported political parties that put in place strong mandates around vaccinations. They did so because we knew that the only way out of this pandemic was through vaccination. Every step of the way, the Conservatives came to COVID. And Madam Speaker, let me give you a couple of examples while we're on this. At the beginning of the pandemic, the Conservatives complained and screamed and said we would never have vaccines in this country until 2030. Obviously, that wasn't true. Then the Conservatives screamed and demanded we close all the borders, close the borders. Then when borders and there were restrictions placed on travel, the Conservatives said, no, now open those borders. Then as we loosened restrictions, as the pandemic changed, Conservative premiers like Doug Ford produced graphics. Remember the blood map of the pandemic and the spread of the disease. And then conservatives at the federal level didn't know what to do because a conservative premier was saying close the borders, but then they were screaming to open the borders. So they got really confused on borders at that time. Then as vaccines became more and more available and encouraging, all needed, conservatives now realize, oh, wait, their base might not want to get vaccinated. All of a sudden, the party of limiting a woman's right to choose was now the party of my body, my. The irony was not lost on me as a member who stood in that place in the last session, defending the rights of women, to those conservatives who felt that legislators in that place should determine the health care of a woman. Then conservatives no longer advocating for vaccination said, you don't need vaccination, we just need rapid tests. Well, then last week we all saw in the House, conservatives said, no point to test. We're good. COVID is over in our eyes. So they voted against rapid tests. Madam Speaker, I also want to point out that even the former leader and the member from Durham himself put in place vaccine mandates during the campaign for anyone traveling and in the vicinity of himself, but but felt that the rest of Canadians didn't need that same level of protection. So, Madam Speaker, when it comes to conservatives and this pandemic, the last thing they have ever done is follow the evidence and follow the science. Every step of the way, they have followed the politics that they have felt would be most advantageous to themselves. I am frustrated with COVID. I can't imagine a Canadian that isn't, or anyone, frankly, probably around the world who isn't frustrated with this pandemic. But the answer to the pandemic is not to take the conservative approach of flailing in the wind and doing whatever felt good in the moment. Because if that was the case, we would see significantly more people sick, significantly more people mourning the death of a family member, and we would see our hospitals overrun and stressed, and our healthcare workers who have been true heroes in this pandemic just stretched even further to the limits. But Madam Speaker, getting back to the Emergencies Measures Act and why we're here, what I find most appalling in this debate as I've listened is the notion that somehow the people who are, and again, very real debates that we should have about COVID and policies and where to move next. That's healthy in any democracy, and I welcome those conversations. But what we are seeing in the streets of Ottawa and in border communities across this country is that somehow this debate about COVID policies has turned into whoever can yell the loudest, whoever can use the bigger trucks, block roads, whoever can intimidate and harass should dictate the policy of this government or any government. In what world does that represent democracy? In a democracy, we have a debate. In a democracy, members are duly elected and represent the government, and we have votes. And throughout the course of this debate, and even as last week, as we were discussing the various things happening across this country, I've heard multiple times, including this evening, the Prime Minister being referred to as a dictator. That we are living in a tyrannical government, an authoritarian government, and it has sickened me to hear this type of language. But Mr. Speaker, now the irony has not been lost on me that while members sitting in this place have screamed out that the Prime Minister is a dictator, they do so from their seat in the House of Commons that they were duly elected to hold. Now you tell me, Mr. Speaker, in what other dictatorship do you have democratically free elections where the and suggest that they are not free, that they don't live in a democracy, that there's not a variety of viewpoints and debate that takes place? It was also not lost on me that as members scream and cry dictatorship in this country, that they then later in that evening, we held votes on legislation. We held one vote, for example, on seniors, measures for seniors, that my friend, the Minister of Seniors, brought forward that passed unanimously. Mr. Speaker, in what dictatorship do we hold debate and vote, free votes? It's the rhetoric coming out of the Conservative Party is damaging, but frankly, it's more, I wonder, I think there are some members who say it to get a rise out of the protesters, to get good clips because they think it will make for more fundraising, or I don't know, it will make their base happy. Other members, I think probably even on the Conservative side, are uncomfortable with that. I'm sure they've seen the impacts of true dictatorships and authoritarian governments, and I'm sure they're not thrilled by some of the rhetoric coming out even from their own members. But Mr. Speaker, what I saw last week, it was actually during question period, and I saw members of the Conservative Party rip off their masks in anger, screaming at the Prime Minister that he's a dictator. And it, again, is not lost on me that they did so inside the House of Commons, that they were elected to in a democratic election. And it really makes me wonder if they even understand the irony in in the words that they are using, if they truly understand their meaning, or if they come from such a place of privilege that they have lost all sense of reality. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to also talk about the fact that many members, in particular in the Conservative side, have said this is a peaceful protest. This is just regular old Canadians getting together, demonstrating that they disagree with the government. Now, Mr. Speaker, I fully support the right to protest in this country, the right for dissent in this country. In fact, I think it's a fundamental part of our democracy. If everyone agreed, well, that's not a healthy democracy. But what I find so interesting is that here are some of those so-called peaceful freedom fighters that the Conservatives love to defend. Here are some of the actions that they've taken. They've assaulted people in Ottawa for wearing masks. They've harassed employees of local businesses, so much so the businesses have had to close for 3 weeks. There's been attempted arson with the attempt of handcuffing doors shut so that if a fire started, people would be burned alive inside the building. I've watched journalists assaulted and harassed live on TV. 911 call centers were flooded to disrupt emergency services. A bike was thrown at a police horse yesterday, trying to injure it. Protesters tried to take police weapons yesterday. Today, protesters tried to light and throw gas canisters at the police, and there were bomb threats to the Ottawa hospital. I'm sure I've missed some of the acts, but if the federal government is not going to uphold law and order anywhere across this country after acts like that, after 3 weeks of law enforcement saying to go home, this is illegal, that they've been heard and they've made their point, but it is time to go home. They ignored it, continued the violence, and it is unacceptable, and it's time for action. I don't think that Emergencies Measures Act should ever be used lightly. I think the very debate that we're having here today is crucial to it. The committee, the oversight that will come from it is also crucial. And I hope we as a country are never in this, but we are here. And Mr. Speaker, as I see I'm running out of time, I want to speak about the fact that, again, getting back to this point of our democracy being threatened, and the fact that it has been made very clear that there has been foreign money influencing the actions of this convoy as well. But what really stuck out to me through some earlier debates is actually the member from Cumberland Colchester. He said he's been out in the protests and he felt perfectly safe and he doesn't really understand what the issue is. Well, Mr. Speaker, let me read a quote for me as a duly elected member for the people of Pickering Uxbridge. Let me read a quote of a voicemail I received at my Hill office just the other day. Quote, "Listen, you fucking cunt, you fucking bitch.
Hold on. I think that's unparliamentary. I know the honourable member is quoting, but I mean that is unparliamentary language. So I don't know how I don't know how the member wants to deal with that. So maybe retract it and try again. The honourable member for Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I recognize that was unparliamentary language, and I do apologize for those that had to hear it. But I thought about, editing those words. But then, you know what, Mr. Speaker? That is a message that I was left on my parliamentary office phone as an attempt to intimidate me in this vote, as an attempt for members, for my vote and my voice to be silenced, to be harassed. So as much as it's uncomfortable for some members to hear that language, that is the language and the intimidation that these so-called freedom protesters have been using. And it is unacceptable for any member to stand in this place and to suggest that I, as a duly elected member, should have to feel that intimidation just because some members feel comfortable to walk through those protesters, that I, doing my job to represent the people of Pickering Uxbridge, have to be harassed and intimidated just of Parliament. It's outrageous. It's time for this to end.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering, the Parliamentary Secretary said that these people in the streets were violent, but she hasn't walked through these streets herself. And she quoted a very vulgar phone message using her vulgar language and said it was one of those protesters. So if she hasn't walked through the crowd to see really the demeanor of the people there, how does she know it was one of them who left a message on her phone?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, sorry. I have walked through the crowds. I've been sitting in the House for the last 2 weeks. I have seen the vulgar language. I have seen the behavior. And so it's, by the way, Mr. Speaker, to correct that member, it wasn't my vulgar language. It was the vulgar language that is being used to harass and intimidate duly elected members, to try and scare us into voting and allowing the bullying tactics of this loud group to somehow change the discourse and how policy is made. In a democracy, policy is not made through intimidation and harassment.
Question et commentaire, questions and comments. L'honneur of the deputy.
The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Parliamentary Secretary asked whether we realized that trucks have been towed since the Emergency Measures Act. Well, is she aware that the Ambassador Bridge and the Alberta border were cleared without the act, and that weapons were even seized, and so therefore the Emergencies Act wasn't necessary for that. And as parliamentary secretary in her position, is she aware that Quebec and 7 out of 10 provinces did not want the act?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm very pleased that the Emergencies Act was not needed in other jurisdictions in this country. But it is very clear it is needed here in Ottawa, and that the chief of police, the mayor of Ottawa have all said that the actions that have been taken in the last 2 days is as a direct result of the powers given by the Emergencies Act. It will not be used in jurisdictions that don't need it. And I hope no other community, no other province has to be in a situation that for 3 weeks, their citizens feel unsafe to go to a grocery store anywhere across this country, or that any other member of parliament should be bullied and harassed, or any citizen should be assaulted and have a mask ripped off their face. I hope that this measure is not needed to be used elsewhere, but it is needed here. And I hope that that member will reconsider his vote.
Question et commentaire, questions and comments. The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for your speech. I want to give a congratulations or a thank you for your speaking the truth to your experience as a MP who's a woman amongst the 30% women that are elected here, and also sharing the experiences of constituents in your riding and the harassment that people have experienced here in Ottawa. I am frustrated, as well as many others, of being here today, but I'll tell you, I'm not frustrated that we're here debating the Emergencies Act. I'm frustrated that occupiers have taken over the downtown core, which has resulted in us having to be here this evening to decide how to best move forward in response to these behaviors and the harassment of the downtown core. I have many in my riding of Nanaimo Ladysmith who are struggling to get by, and I could tell you I would much prefer to be doing the work of supporting those constituents right now. Can the member please share if she would agree that now is the time for action and to move forward to truly help those who have been left behind in this pandemic?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague. And I agree. You know, there are days in this when we are debating and where even myself, I will be, you know, I am known to fight and to fiercely debate the issues. I would much rather be debating measures to get through COVID, to talk about the economy, to talk about our communities and what they need. And we might not always agree on it. But that is the job of all of us, to be in this place and to push forward those issues. I too am disappointed that this is what we are discussing here tonight. But at the same point in time, as my colleague, my honorable colleague has pointed out, it actually shows the strength, and this has not been lost on me since I've been in Ottawa and in the constituency as well, that the strength of our democracy, that while those outside say they want to violently remove every single one of us and put us in jail for doing our jobs as being elected representatives, that the debate continues, that we are not afraid, that we have voted on important legislation, and that our democracy is stronger than these threats.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I liked almost all of the member's speech. She sits on the Defence Committee with me, and I wanted her to comment on the violence of language. She and I have heard testimony recently about campaigns of misinformation and disinformation perpetrated by state actors and non-state actors. And there's a direct, in my judgment, there's a direct correlation between the violence of language and that element of intimidation. I'd be interested in her thoughts connecting those two ideas.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague. And this is something I actually have thought a lot about as a member of not only the Defence Committee, where we've heard about authoritarian governments around the world, or where we have heard about the tactics being used by them. I also, in the last session, sat on the subcommittee for human rights, And I heard from parliamentarians from truly authoritarian governments where exactly that, the language, the intimidation, the threats of personal harm to themselves, the threats to be thrown in jail was used very specifically to create fear and really get rid of our democratic institutions. This is something that is that we should be very mindful of, and that foreign investment in funds to promote this should be something that all Canadians take very, very seriously and should be very.
Now, we do have time for a few more questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Brantford-Brant.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my friend. And far be it from me to offer any free legal advice to anyone in this House, particularly a colleague. But given what she has experienced by way of the vitriol message on her answering machine, I want to remind my colleague that that's what the Criminal Code of Canada is for. What she describes is intimidation. What she describes is uttering threats. There is no limitation period to those matters. She's free to contact the police and have an investigation commenced. But the primary focus of my question, Mr. Speaker, is why, given what she has indicated and the Liberal government has indicated, and particularly the Prime Minister, that it was common knowledge that the manifesto called for an overthrow of this Canadian government. Why did this Prime Minister wait 3 weeks instead of consulting with the RCMP and have the organizers charged with treason?
Yeah.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, the confused messaging coming from that member is unbelievable. He sits here to deny the fact that they will not support the Prime Minister using the Emergencies Measures Act to enforce the law, to have broader powers to ensure that those who commit a criminal offense are held accountable, and then somehow wants to rewrite the law or rewrite history as to what's happened. We are acting with, the government is acting with restraint within the charter, and that member should stand up for law and order. That members who people in this country who disagree with this government don't get to then just violently attempt to harass and intimidate change in that government. If they want a change in government, vote. That's how you make change in democracies, not through harassment and violence.
All right, we're out of time. I just wanted to remind folks to keep the questions shorter, keep the answers shorter, so that more people can get in. I know the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of International Trade, Export and Promotion really wanted to ask a question there as well, but we did run out of time. So just a thought, and then I just want to make a quick comment on parliamentary language, that we need to try our best to not bring that forward, and try our best on that. Continuing debate, the L'Honorable Député de Louis. Point of order from the Parliamentary Secretary.
Yeah, with all due respect, I do think that there are rules about language in this chamber, and those rules are appropriate when we're talking amongst ourselves or between ourselves through you. But when we are actually making a citation that refers to the type of invective and vitriol that is being volleyed in people's direction in the context of this convoy?
No, I'm looking at the table just to make sure on this one. To use that kind of vulgarity is not parliamentary in this context. So I can bring it back up another time. We can talk about it, but in this particular case, I think it was one step a little too far. But well, we're getting into debate. If the member wants to talk to me later on, we can do that as well. Let's get back to debate. L'Honorable Député de Louis Saint-Laurent.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as you know, Canada is facing a major crisis that is affecting all Canadian families. This is the first time that inflation has hit 5.1% in 30 years. that affects all Canadian families. But unfortunately, we are not here tonight to talk about that topic that directly affects all Canadian families, but instead a piece of legislation, a law brought forward by this government, which is unnecessary, which doesn't meet its own criteria, which creates a harmful precedent, which has been rejected by 7 out of 10 premiers of provinces. I'm talking about the Emergency Measures Act, an act created nearly 35 years ago and which has never previously been used. Why? Why was it never used before, and why is it inappropriate now? And what's behind all this? Why is the government using it? Well, Mr. Speaker, this bears the petty stamp of this partisan prime minister. Before getting into the meat of the issue, I'd like to say a couple of things. First of all, I'd like to thank our police officers who are securing us here in Parliament with dignity and in safety. And I'd also like to say that I have a conflict of interest here because I'm a former journalist, but I must severely condemn those who are harassing or intimidating journalists who are working in very difficult situation, especially the person who attacked the TVA journalist yesterday like a coward, attacking him from behind. This is completely intolerable in our democratic life, and I hope that police officers will be able to find this individual.
The leader of the official opposition, our Conservative leader, was very clear. She said, "We are the party of law and order. We believe that the trucks need to leave." End of quote. Mr. Speaker, that is the position of the Conservative Party regarding what is happening in Ottawa. Illegal blockades, no. Let us remember that 3 weeks ago, when all of this began, the first gathering was a lot less bad than what people were saying. Let me give you a tweet from Radio-Canada. Not a Conservative tweet or from a Conservative supporter. No, from Radio-Canada, January 30th. Slogans, dancing, and fireworks. Far from an insurrection, thousands of people in Ottawa protested with good cheer. End of quote. That was at Radio-Canada, CBC, that described the beginning of the protest in Ottawa. Unfortunately, 3 weeks later, that protest became an occupation that needed to end. An illegal situation doesn't have a place in our system. It's either legal or it's not. There are 1,000 ways to protest and to show opposition. Let's not use the wrong ways. The Emergencies Act has existed since 1988. It has never been invoked by a government, never been put in place. As the Prime Minister of Canada said, it's not something to be taken lightly. It wouldn't be the first, second, or third choice. It's really a last resort. That is what the Prime Minister said. Perhaps he should have put that into action before invoking the Emergencies Act. Because the Prime Minister, and we've asked him questions every day, what was the first, second, or third option that you used before invoking the Emergencies Act? He was unable to give anything resembling an answer. That is the Prime Minister's attitude. The Emergencies Act doesn't even meet its criteria here. This would be for when there's a serious threat that prevents the government from operating. The House is sitting. The Prime Minister was here in this House on the floor, here to answer questions. The government continues to operate. The Act can be used if the sovereignty and the territorial integrity is at risk. That is not the case. There have been situations that were problematic, but those situations that I'll discuss later have been resolved with ordinary laws without invoking the Emergencies Act. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister said here that they've consulted premiers. No, he didn't consult premiers. He informed them of his decision. That is why 7 premiers, 7 provincial governments are opposed to this act. What we've seen is that the current situations in Canada over the past few weeks can be resolved with current laws without using the Emergencies Act. Current laws. One of the elements of the act proposed by the government is freezing bank accounts, freezing assets, and interfering in the bank accounts of citizens. Mr. Speaker, the Financial Products of Crime Money Laundering Act allows for immediate action. You don't need the Emergencies Act. Canadian threats to sovereignty, well, there's the Criminal Code. In 81, allows action without using the Emergencies Act. And for tow trucks, the Criminal Code and 129B says that the police has the right to ask someone without a reasonable excuse to help a public servant or an agent of peace to carry out duties and preserve the peace. These are extreme measures, but the Act doesn't need to be used because we have 129B in the Criminal Code. So there's no use in invoking this Act when we already have the laws. Here's evidence. What's happened in Ottawa, unfortunately, it's happened elsewhere in Canada. There was the border in Coutts, Alberta, where there were problems, blockades. Emerson, Manitoba as well. Surrey, and the Ambassador Bridge in Ontario. 4 crises that were resolved with current laws. Why? Because we saw real leadership. We saw police forces working together. We saw a coordinated effort supported by politicians for action. And these situations were resolved. Yes, we discovered in Coutts that there were weapons that could hurt people. And when I saw that panoply of weapons, I thought that was very dangerous. But that was discovered. People will be punished with current laws without needing to invoke the Emergencies Act. So we need to be vigilant in this regard. Furthermore, historically, we'll remember that it was in 1970 that the War Measures Act was applied. But that's not the same as today's Act. Today's Act is from 1988. It was from the Right Honourable Brian Mulroney's government with Minister Perrin Beatty. And this law has never been invoked, even in situations where there were major issues like the G7, the G20, the Summit of the Americas. I was there as a journalist. The Oka crisis, the COVID crisis, September 11th, extraordinary events that could have been interpreted as needing that act, but no, it wasn't invoked. The Liberal government is doing it for this situation. Why? Unfortunately, the government is led by a prime minister who is guided by partisanship, but this is nothing new. With the SNC-Lavalin scandal, the prime minister got his partisan hands in a judicial file, and that's very unfortunate. With Winnipeg, he didn't want the truth to come out and be accessible to everyone. Let us remember that he called an election to impose mandatory vaccines for public servants when there was no scientific evidence for that. Same thing for truckers. Nothing from public health that indicated that there should be mandatory vaccination for them. Nothing was done for 17 days before the government decided to act. Curiously, on February 11th, he said everything is in place to act without special laws, and on February 14th, he invoked the Emergencies Act. The Prime Minister stigmatizes, divides, and insults Canadians. That was the member for Louis Hébert who said so. Canada needs real leadership from a Prime Minister who unites people rather than stigmatizing people who don't think like him. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade, Export, Promotion, Small Business and Economic Development.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the comments of the member opposite and his contributions to the chamber at all times. I politely point out to him that in terms of the crisis being ongoing, even today, the blockade at the Surrey border in BC has been resurrected. So tools are still required by law enforcement around this country. So that's the first point of clarification. But I'm going to put to him something that I think is very significant, because we've heard this from other Conservatives, including the member from Haldeman Norfolk, who said that everyone, quote unquote, has a right to be heard. What I would say to him is that I have a specific view that not everyone has a right to be heard in this context. People that are waving swastikas or Confederate flags, people that are heaping vitriol on the voicemail lines of other members of parliament, people that are openly intimidating and threatening violence, or people that are arming themselves at the border, do not have a right to be heard. Would the member opposite agree that, in fact, there is limited appetite, and there should be limited appetite, for engaging in dialogue with such individuals who are part of the blockade seizing this nation?
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent.
I believe that, again, for another time, a member from the government, from the Liberal Party, raise again the famous story about the swastika. I will never accept any comment of that style from anybody in this House of Commons, because everybody knows that all parliamentarians here, whatever we defend as a party, we will never defend that. And the problem, Mr. Speaker, is that this Prime Minister, my Prime Minister, our Prime Minister, decided to politicize it. Shame on him and shame on this member.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister promised that the Act would be applied in a limited manner, but the Emergencies Act, Part 2:17, says the contrary. If the Prime Minister had respected what he said and the Act to limit its application, what would have been the opinion of my colleague for Louis Saint Laurent and his party on the Act? The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I don't know if my honourable colleague is a lawyer, but I think we have a lot of people who've read the criminal code, the civil code, all of the laws in Canada to find the evidence, which is that we don't need this Act from 1988 that's never been invoked until today. Because, Mr. Speaker, as she said so correctly, my colleague from the Bloc Québécois has said that current laws set out measures that can be used to resolve the problems before us, whether in Ottawa or at the border or elsewhere. That's what it's for. This Emergencies Act that the government wants to impose today doesn't have a place in debate in Canada right now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
Questions and comments? I want to do a quick one online here. I got to go to Edmonton, Wetaskiwin.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, there are kind members of Parliament on all sides of the House. The House is full of kind individuals, and there's none more kind than the member who has just spoken here. And I think that it is absolutely regrettable that the Liberal and NDP strategy today has been to label every single Conservative member of Parliament with the acts of a few people, a few individuals that we all agree are unequivocally unacceptable. So, Mr. Speaker, I'll draw a parallel. Would it be fair, I ask the honourable member, to tag every single Liberal or Green Party member or NDP member who cares about the environment with the actions that happened in Houston a couple of days ago, where 20 individuals wore masks and wielded axes, burned a vehicle with people in it? Would it be fair to tag everybody that cares about the environment in this House with the actions of those 20 individuals?
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent.
Deeply to thank my colleague from Edmonton, because I know he's very, very passionate when we talk about fairness in politics. And Mr. Speaker, this is what we have to do right now. When there is a crisis, I know it's quite not very easy, and especially for me, to put aside any partisanship. But folks, what we have to address today, right now, is a health crisis. And if we want to work all together, putting aside our partnership, and especially not make any amalgame, like we say in French, please work all together for all Canadians. Thank you so much.
We have time for a short question The Honourable Member for Alfred Pellan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When Indigenous people blocked railways in 2020, my colleagues on the other side called for firm action from the government to put an end to the blockades, and that they quickly considered illegal. However, they've been taking selfies with protesters who are on Parliament Hill and who have been occupying the Hill for 3 weeks. How can they explain that inconsistency based on whether protesters are Indigenous or supported by supremacist groups? The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. 30 seconds. Mr. Speaker, contrary to the Liberal government, our side has never called for invoking the Emergencies Act. That's never come to mind for us. I'd like to remind the member that this type of conflation has no place here, especially in such a delicate situation where security is in play. Let us try to put aside partisanship, even if it can be tempting sometimes. But in the crisis he was referring to, nobody from this side of the House ever called for invoking the Emergencies Act, as he is doing now with his government.
Returning to debate, the Honourable Member for Prince Albert. You're on mute there, Member for Prince Albert.
Let's try that, Mr.
There we go. Go ahead.
Perfect. Well, Mr. Speaker, it is an honor to be a member of Parliament here in Canada. It is an honor to represent the people of the riding of Prince Albert. And I'm going to do the best I can to do that here tonight as I talk about this emergency debate and the emergency measures that they're calling for. You know, one thing that's been missing from this Parliament and that has been missing from this debate is respect. And respect all the way around for people, whether they're vaccinated or not vaccinated. And I think if you go back through time and chronologically look at what's happened and then ask yourself, how did we get to this point? Lack of respect is a true factor. You know, Mr. Speaker, I talk to constituents, some vaccinated, some aren't vaccinated. And the unvaccinated ones come to me and they'd say, you know what, I'm a doctor. I've been working all through COVID. I've been going in, working 80, 90 hours a week, doing whatever I can. And then all of a sudden, one day you come in and say, I'm no longer safe enough to be a doctor. Not only that, the Minister of Employment comes in and says, by the way, you will not get unemployment insurance unless you get vaccinated. That's a problem. You can be a nurse, same scenario. You could be working with elderly people, same scenario. You could be a police officer, same scenario, where they've been forced and felt they've been forced or pushed into a corner where nobody would listen, no one would show them respect. They were there for us in times of needs, but now where's the politicians to listen to them and see how we can help them in their time of need? You know, Mr. Speaker, we actually approached the Liberal Party, the Minister of Transport, before the vaccine mandates on border crossings came into effect. We said, don't do it. The science doesn't prove it's a problem. We know that there's not an issue. These guys are sitting in their trucks. They've been running for the last 2 years across that border. They're not bringing the virus in and out of Canada. It actually could create problems for supply chains. So why would you do it? Well, the science doesn't say you need to do it. But if you want to force your will on somebody, which is what this government was doing, they said you had to do it. No respect. So when people are pushed to the corner, when their lives are at stake and they don't know what to do, what do you think happens? How do you think we get to this stage that we're here today? Do you think these people wanted to go and drive across this country to come to Ottawa? Do you think they wanted to spend thousands of dollars on diesel? Do you think they wanted to sit there and stare face to face with police officers that they show the most respect for? Do you think they wanted to risk their reputation knowing that there would be undesirables that may join that group and they'd have to actually self-regulate it and kick them out? Do you think they wanted to be here? Mr. Speaker, they didn't. There were so many examples down the trail of this where if the Prime Minister showed some leadership and some respect, that this could have been stopped and prevented. Many examples. You know, it's really frustrating and maddening to see these protesters come here to Ottawa. And a lot of these people are here. You'd see them at a Rider game. You'd see them at a baseball game. You'd see them at a hockey game. They're just your average Canadian who's at wit's end, who's asking and screaming and crying for help, who don't know where to turn. That's 90% of the people that were in that crowd. And they're sitting there and they're saying, I want to talk to you. And the Prime Minister says, I won't talk to you because I seen a swastika in the stage. And they say, well, that wasn't us. We actually asked that guy to leave. I'm still not going to talk to you. You're all chauvinistic, white supremacists. No, won't. I refuse to talk to you. And you inflame them. You know, where if you would have sat down and said, you know, okay, let's talk about this. Let's talk about what your concerns are. You are, you know, a good chunk of the population. No, he dug in his heels and he actually showed more disrespect. And that's the problem. And that's what created the problem. That's why they stayed for 3 weeks. That's why they didn't leave a week later. If he would have showed some respect, would have showed some goodwill, if he would have actually taken the olive branch that we gave him and said, put out a plan that showed the mandates are going to end, the plan that would actually show that their family would have a future based on science, there wouldn't be what was going on today. There'd be no need for the Emergency Measures Act. There'd be absolutely no reason to do it. And even now, there isn't. You know, Mr. Speaker, I flew back home today, and I was in Toronto Airport this morning, and you know what? Everybody's fleeing Canada, but they're not fleeing because they're scared. They're going on holidays. They're getting on with their lives. They're doing things. They're active and out and about. Their family, kids, and children are in the airport. They're flying to their best vacation destinations, or they're flying across Canada to visit more family and friends, something that they haven't been able to do for 2 years. I come back to Saskatoon. Oh, there must be a serious crisis because this is emergency measures that's got to apply right across Canada. There's kids snowmobiling in the ditch. Life's going on. Home Depot's busier than ever. You know, you look at it and you say, okay, where is this crisis? So I turn on CBC and the news and they say, okay, well, let's look and see what happened here today in Ottawa. And you see them removing the protesters. And yeah, they're pushing them back and they're doing everything. But everything they're doing there has been done with existing legislation. They didn't need anything new to do what they're doing today. Now, one thing that is interesting and one thing I think we need to draw attention to is the finance minister and the deputy prime minister and her comments about how we're going to go after the money, how we're going to go after the money. You know, I think a lot of people are really amazed that this group could raise so much money so quickly. And yeah, you can say there was U.S. influence on it, no question about it. You can say that about any environmental protest too. Reality is they raised a whole pile of money in a short period of time. And we all know money talks. And when you see that kind of money being raised, you know there's a lot of people supporting them in the background. Now, you can say half of it came from the U.S. Still, if it's $10 million raised in Canada in 2 weeks, you tell me which political party can ever do that. They'd all dream about it. So you tell me how a group of truckers and you know, nurses and doctors and farmers all of a sudden put together a fundraising mechanism to raise that kind of money. If it's not grassroots, I don't know what is. Now, is there bad influences amongst that money? Heck, probably is. No question about it. Is there people that we should be worried about? Yes, no question about that. And we should, you know, basically call these people out and make sure that they're held accountable for their actions. No question about that too. But does it require the Emergency Measures Act to do what we need to do? No, not unless you actually really want to scare people from donating money to any type of cause. Not unless you really want to make sure that you've shown the country that you've been gone for 3 weeks, but now I'm actually here and I'm going to do something. Talk about overcompensation for lack of results and lack of effort. This is another example of this Liberal government that won't react until it becomes a crisis. And we've seen it in other situations. You can talk about the Canada-US trade deal. Don't react until it becomes a crisis. You can talk about the UK trade deal, and I don't trade because that's the file I sit on. You know, we got the deal expiring, and they're just talking about maybe we should bring it into the government to look at. You know, this government doesn't proact. It doesn't look at say, you know, if we did something beforehand, we could actually prevent a lot of problems. But no, they wait till it's a crisis and then they want to jump in and be the hero. That's dangerous, as we see right now. It's very dangerous. And it produces zero results, and there's no winners at the end of the day. Mr. Speaker, how do we get out of this? Well, the police are doing their job, and I commend them for doing it. And they'd be doing it whether they have the Emergency Act or not. If you said, police, it's time to clear them out, if you would have said that 2 weeks ago, they would have done it 2 weeks ago without the Emergency Act. The case and evidence is at the border crossings that we've seen in Coutts and in Windsor. They didn't need the Emergency Act to move those people out. They just actually sat down, talked to them, and negotiated a way to get it out, to get them to move on. So there's ways to move forward on this, Mr. Speaker, that actually would present the results that we want and want to see. You know, I also want to highlight the fact, Mr. Speaker, this government doesn't have support of the provinces. 7 out of 10 provinces do not agree with you. And you can say, well, I consulted with them, that's good enough. No, it's not good enough. When you hear Quebec saying, "Don't you dare implement that on our in our province or Saskatchewan or about Alberta," well, why wouldn't you listen to them? If they're saying, "Mr. Prime Minister, you haven't met the threshold for that," why wouldn't you take their advice? These are smart. These are people that are elected, duly elected by their populations also. They have a stronger mandate, I would say, because they have majority governments in their province, not a minority government. So when you look at that scenario, why wouldn't the Prime Minister take a step back and say, okay, maybe we shouldn't do this? Ego. He's been caught not doing anything. He feels now he has to do something. And now he's overreaching and overcompensating, and Canadians are going to pay for it. And what he's doing is he's setting a very dangerous precedent. He's basically making it so that any type of protest, any type of action, any government today or in the future can say, well, you look at Ottawa, there's only 170 people arrested there, so we can bring in the Emergency Act and clamp down on everybody because of one protest. It doesn't meet the threshold. And as I look at my NDP colleagues, Tommy Douglas would never stand for this. Never. And you can go back and read some of his comments when the War Measures Act were implemented in Quebec. And if you're a true NDPer, a Tommy Douglas NDPer, you would not be standing with your leader right now and voting in favor of this. You would actually say, no, I can't do this. It's not right. And if you're looking at down the road at some of the different union protests that go on or strikes, what's going to prevent them from doing this at that protest or that strike? What are you really fighting for? Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll entertain questions.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. I'll go online. I'm getting a few comments that people want to ask some questions there. The honourable member for Fleetwood, Port Kells.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I hope the honourable member finds this question entertaining. Listen, there are places in Canada that didn't need the Emergencies Act. Coutts, Alberta was one, because after the police found some pretty awful elements with huge stashes of weapons, charging some of them with conspiracy to commit murder, what did the blockade do? Those good people said, hey, wait a minute, this doesn't represent us. Let's go home. And they did. Would the honourable member put the same advice to the people who overstayed their welcome by at least 2 weeks on Wellington Street in downtown Ottawa?
Honourable member for Prince Albert.
Well, thank you for the question. You have to ask yourself, why did they overstay their welcome? Why did they stay there? When you have a prime minister that refuses to acknowledge they exist, shows no respect, who has basically been thumbing them every time they turn around, who's basically looking down his nose at them, why do you think they're mad? Why do you think they're angry? Now, I agree with you with the analogy at Coutts. You're right. When the people realized that there was some undesirables infiltrating their group, they said, we want nothing to do with it, and they got out of there. Fair enough. I would say that's probably 90% of the people that are sitting there in Ottawa, too. Reality is, if you show them respect, they would have worked their way out of it. But this prime minister refused to do that. And these are the results of it.
A commentaire, questions and comments. L'honorable député de Mirabel.
The honourable member for Mirabel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, obviously, we feel slightly differently than the Conservatives, but we do nevertheless believe in the Bloc Québécois that it's essential to control the behaviours of the government. The NDP of Esquimalt-Sanishuk said today, and I translate, this act gives us, as a government, tools to take action. I would like to know whether, over my evening mealtime, the NDP has fused with the Liberals. And if that's not the case, do they feel that voting for this act, even though the truckers have been cleared out by Monday next, they are really respecting the need to control the government's actions? The honourable member for Prince Albert.
That's a very interesting question in regards to the NDP. I'm not in the NDP camp. I'm not sure what's going in the back of their minds and what they're looking. We maybe have to talk to a member of the NDP. But I will say this, the former NDP member from Regina Louvain said that he could never, ever support this type of act. And this is somebody that has been very heavily involved in the union world before his career as a member of parliament. So, I think it comes back to the NDP have some soul searching to do and actually have to wonder what the long-term ramifications and the precedent-setting nature of this will have an impact on them in the future.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My honourable colleague paints a picture of the the blockade participants in Ottawa as just 90% of people you'd see at your normal arena or Costco. Well, in 24 hours, there's been over 100 arrests described as intense clashes with the police who refuse to leave the area. Ottawa police are accusing protesters of assaulting officers and attempting to remove officers' weapons. Blockade organizer Pat King asked demonstrators to walk to Parliament Hill, even though they're being asked to leave by police, and for trucks to jackknife in front of tow trucks. He also threatened to find out which company drivers belong to, accusing drivers of career suicide. And finally, interim Ottawa Police Chief Bell said today that the municipal, provincial, and federal levels are all being used to conduct arrests, and quote, without the authorities being provided to us from these various pieces of legislation, we wouldn't be able to do the work we're doing today, end quote. My question, my honourable colleague, he's questioned the NDP's history. The Conservatives used to claim that they were the party of law and order. They're now joining with the separatists and appear to not care about police who are getting assaulted by protesters. How can he justify that?
We are getting quick to run out of time. The honourable member for Prince Albert.
Well, that's a pretty rich question when you look at the member coming from the NDP. I'm not getting in bed with the separatists, not at all. I agree on one issue with them, that this is reaching far and beyond. But we are a party of law and order, and we've been very clear that we thought these protesters should have left earlier. In fact, if you were in question period, you would have heard our leader say that on more than one occasion. Reality is the NDP is becoming a defunct Liberal party, and they're just doing whatever their Liberal leader wants them to do, and we're going to see it again in this vote.
Resuming debate, the honourable member the honourable member parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources and to the Minister of Northern Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it makes me sad to rise to speak to the Emergency Act before Parliament tonight because I wish it was not needed in this country. I want COVID to be over, and yes, we are getting to the end. I don't want to see mandates and masks any more than anyone else. But we know that we are in a pandemic and we had to make our way through that pandemic. And I think all Canadians know that we are getting near the end. I'm very sad that in a country like Canada, which prides itself on its ability to uphold the rule of law, that Parliament is forced to bring forward such legislation. But we have all seen in recent weeks the ongoing occupation of border crossings, of cities and towns, of businesses being forced to close, people in fear in their own homes, our economy being interrupted, people's lives being interrupted. The occupation in the downtown of Ottawa, in the capital city of this country over the past 3 weeks, has been felt by Canadians right across the country. You know, many people expressed to me their concern for their families, for the people of Ottawa, for all Canadians. And Mr. Speaker, people had to leave their homes. I heard so many stories of people having to leave their homes in the downtown of Ottawa in order to have some peace, to feel safe. And many others endured because they had no other options. I've heard so many stories from individuals and families who just felt insecure in their own homes. They didn't feel safe to go to work or to walk the streets. This is not a simple protest, as some of my colleagues on the opposite side likes to indicate. This is a cruel, unreasonable, and arbitrary use of power and control in a democracy. This is tyranny, Mr. Speaker. It is intentional. It is an attempt at anarchy, and I am sorry, but there is no level of frustration that can justify these actions. We see what's happening, and we know that those who call it a peaceful protest is turning their head in the other direction. They are ignoring the facts. That there are so-called protesters with alleged ties to extremist groups who have now been charged with conspiracy to commit murder. The murder of police officers, it is so disturbing. I'm the sister of a brother and a sister-in-law that are police officers in this country. They are just two amongst thousands like them who get up every day to go to work to uphold the laws of our country, to keep peace, to protect citizens, and yet they were a target by a group as part of this whole protest. A large cache of guns and ammunition that was seized by the RCMP at occupied blockades in this country. That is extremely alarming. We continue to see harmful displays of violent behavior, attempts to minimize and discount the harm that is being done to others. It is completely negligent, in my opinion, of people who think that this is actually peaceful. You cannot discount these actions, and anyone of civility cannot uphold these actions. We are a country that has prided itself on open democracy, on peaceful protests, on one's ability to be heard, one's ability to speak freely and openly, to express ourselves in ways that do not bring harm to others in our country. No, Mr. Speaker, this is not a peaceful protest. There is no civility when others fear for their safety.
Honourable, hold on a sec. I hate to interrupt the honourable member, but we're just wondering if you're going to be sharing your time with another member. I think people have been trying to text you there. The honourable parliamentary secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thought I had indicated it at the beginning, but if not, my apologies. And I'm sharing my time with the member for Vancouver Centre. So, Mr. Speaker, if I could continue, I want to also bring some highlight to what's been happening with so many small businesses. You know, they have seen illegal obstruction right in their own neighborhoods. They've had patrons that have had to endure harassment. Many of them have had to shut down their businesses. You know, so many Canadians have had to endure radical comments, rhetoric that have been very toxic, hateful, dangerous, that it really has no place in our society, in any towns or cities in this country. It has no place in Canada, and I cannot stress that enough. You know, my heart sank in the early days of this protest when I saw swastikas and other deplorable signs of white supremacy and anti-Semitism being displayed in this country in front of Canada's Parliament, the freest country in the world. It was a blatant disregard of civil liberties of our country neighbors. You know, on Monday, when the federal government declared a public emergency order, it was simply because the situation in Ottawa and elsewhere in the country had exceeded beyond the breaking point. Even in my own riding of Labrador, which is so far removed from the downtown of Ottawa, you know, and many other communities like it across Canada, MPs were receiving many messages. I received so many messages from people across my riding simply because they were worried and scared. They were scared for our country, and they wrote to me. And I quote, Mr. Speaker, this person said, "As a Canadian citizen, I hate the way our country looks right now, how we are made to feel unsafe by radical protesters. Please, please, can government do something to end this protest that's going on?" End of quote. Mr. Speaker, this is just one of many, many messages that I received from Labradorians. And it was obvious not only in my riding, but in many other ridings that they were concerned as well. They were concerned about border crossings. They were concerned what was happening to so many other residents in downtown Ottawa. It was clear that there were serious concerns being expressed, but it was also very clear to our government that there were serious challenges in law enforcement's ability to effectively enforce the law. They were not moving with the urgency that Canadians reasonably expected, and there was and remains a serious threat to the security of Canada and all Canadians. It was for these reasons that the federal government has stepped in and has used the tools at its disposal to address this very unique and unprecedented situation in the country. And when you deal with unprecedented situations that risk the safety and security of the country, it requires unprecedented measures and unprecedented actions. The resources are now available to bring a safe conclusion to this illegal occupation. As the Minister of Justice said a few days ago, Canada is a rule of law country. So by declaring a public order of emergency under the Emergencies Act, our government followed the law and is acting within it. Many of my colleagues have already spoke to this part of the legislation. But under this act, the federal government is now able to temporarily regulate and prohibit public assemblies that lead to a breach of the peace and go beyond lawful protests, because these are not lawful protests. It allows the government to temporarily designate and secure places where blockades are to be prohibited, which includes borders and other critical infrastructure to the country. It allows temporarily for government to direct persons to render essential services, to leave the impact of blockades on Canada's economy, which we have seen already being the case. It includes allowing them to access tow trucks and drivers to ensure the job can be done safely and strategically. But it also allows government to temporarily authorize or direct financial institutions to render essential services and to relieve the impacts of blockades, including regulating and prohibiting the use of property to fund or support the blockades. It gives temporary abilities to the RCMP to enforce municipal bylaws, provincial defenses where required, and to temporarily impose fines of imprisonment for those who don't follow the law. These special measures are necessary despite what others may say, and they are temporary. But moreover, these measures, like all other government actions, are subject to the Canadian Charter of Rights and the Freedoms and the Bill of Rights, which many of my colleagues have already spoke on, and give very clear, definitive definitions of those acts and what it means. We are operating within the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms and the Bill of Rights. So, Mr. Speaker, it brings me to what this Freedom Convoy, as it's been known, really is. Because, Mr. Speaker, my idea of freedom in this country is having the freedom to express myself in a peaceful manner, having the freedom to walk outside my door and feel safe, having the freedom to go to bed at night unimpeded by honking horns and street parties and fireworks waking me up all hours in the middle of the night. Mr. Speaker, my idea of freedom in Canada is to be able to go to work.
I hate we are out of time there, member, and I thank her. Moving on to questions and comments. We'll go in the circle as we normally try to do this. The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, the demonstrator started out as a demonstration over the mandate for truckers to have to be vaccinated in order to go back and forth across the border. My question is, why is it okay for truckers who have not had the COVID shots but who are bringing medical devices and other pandemic supplies across the border and do not have to be quarantined or tested, but the other truckers who haven't had the COVID shots are put into quarantine? Why is one more dangerous than the other, or is any dangerous at all?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for her question. But I think realistically, if you look at the facts of what's happening here, this is not about peaceful protests. It is not about upholding the rule of law. I have been involved in many protests in my day, and I've seen many hardworking men and women who were convicted in their thinking, who walked protest lines for days and night to bring their points to government and to the ears of people who were listening. But they never brought harm to anyone around them. And they certainly never confronted those in a violent and aggressive manner. What we're dealing with in Canada today is a complete neglect for the law, for Canadians.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, if we put aside the racist symbols, which we've spoken about a lot, I think among the protesters we saw in the last few weeks, there's a great deal of distress. Canada is one of the countries in the world with the highest levels of vaccination, with 90% rates. People have followed the rules, and yet we are one of the countries that is ending lockdown the slowest. And I think one of the fundamental reasons for that is the underfunding of the healthcare system over the last 30 years. So if the federal government had funded it better, and of course, both the Liberals and Conservatives are responsible for this, but if we had better funded the health system over the last 30 years, perhaps we could have avoided the absolute mess that is outside, and we could have avoided the lockdown.
Okay, Santi Bar. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question. I think we all recognize that the pandemic we went through in the last 2 years had no blueprint. There were no directions. There wasn't a plan for medical care or medical teams in this country anywhere in the world to respond to a pandemic like we've just seen. I think the people in our healthcare system have done an exceptional job. I think the people who work there have stood up against tremendous resilience. They have neglected in many ways their own health to provide that care to so many other Canadians. As a government, these mandates were necessary. It was necessary to protect all Canadians from...
I know I'd like to get a few more in here before the end of the night, and I apologize. The Honourable Member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member from Labrador for drawing attention to the distortion that is caused by calling the protest in Ottawa peaceful. Certainly, I made the mistake of walking through the group wearing a magenta mask and had a 7-letter F word hurled at me. I witnessed journalists being physically intimidated. So my question to the member is, did she ever hear the leaders of this so-called protest condemn these kinds of intimidation that were going on as part of the occupation of downtown Ottawa?
Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I really appreciate this question from my colleague, and it's unfortunate, but I've heard so many members of Parliament express support for this protest, and I find it very disturbing. This is radicalism. These are people that have not shown respect for other Canadians, for the cities in which they've occupied. They have not at all, Mr. Speaker, uphold the rule of law in terms of respecting other human beings. I am always disturbed when I see any.
Let's keep trying to get like one more question in. And I know the member for Scarborough Agincourt's been trying really hard to get in. So the member for Scarborough Agincourt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many constituents have heard about the racial slurs against Ottawa residents. This is worrying for many people, especially people of color. Can the honourable member elaborate how the Emergency Act can contain these extremist elements?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary in 30 seconds.
Thank you, and thank my colleague for her question. There is no room in Canada for these extreme behaviors and opinions. I really believe that the people that are in this protest are bringing to it all issues that have plagued them for many years and many decades. This is not the place for it, and their actions have demonstrated that this is not acceptable in Canada. I support the actions of the government, and I support the Emergency Act.
Resuming debate, and just want to say we're getting a little long in our questions and answers, so let's keep up the speed. I know we're getting later on in the day, and we want to make sure that we want to get as many people represented on essai notre mieux de poser la plus grande number.
We try to ensure that we can ask as many questions as possible.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Vancouver Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I must say that I have been embarrassed for a long time about what's been going on in the country, especially Ottawa. I have had a lot of friends across the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe who've been calling me and saying, what is going on in Canada? You guys are such a great democracy. What's happening? And so I've been embarrassed. They were in shock at what was going on here. And, you know, in many countries, there were copycats who were doing it as well, doing what the protesters were doing here. And I must tell you that those copycats were quelled immediately with water cannons, with guns, with tear gas to keep them in line. What I want to say that makes me proud in the last 2 days of my country is that we did not do that. Is that the police in this country were restrained, they were professional, they were patient, taking abuse both verbal and physical. They also had people trying to reach in to get their guns. They were mindful of the children in the group, the children that were being used as frontline shields. I have no idea what kinds of parents would do that, but that's it. This was a way to make everybody see they were nice and they had little children, but the children were in the front lines. Those are the kinds of things that we saw going on here, and the police were very careful and worried about the children. So I want to say that, we're asking the question, why this Emergency Measures Act? And I have to say that it's pretty easy to say why. When we saw that for 22 days the city of Ottawa was occupied, not just by peaceful people who were sitting down singing Kumbaya, but by people who were threatening, verbally harassing, intimidating physically, people who were wearing masks, people who were persons of visible minorities, were scared. They had incendiary devices, well, not incendiary devices, but they had volatile materials like gasoline and diesel wandering around the city. They were setting off fireworks in a city that has huge high rises without care or worry about whether that would ignite something in that city. They were actually they were lawless. They were lawless, and that's the only word I can say. Now, so why do we have an emergency? Well, if that is not enough reason for an emergency in this, for us to invoke the Emergencies Act in this country, then I don't know what is. I think what we need to remember is that we talked a lot about rule of law. I've heard everybody invoking rule of law. Canada is doing exactly that. This is a country of various jurisdictions under our Constitution. The federal government does not, like a great, wondrous matriarch, walk in and impose on every single municipality and province whatever its will is. It cannot do that. And so what it had to do was to try and give the municipalities and provinces the tools that they needed to empower them to actually be able to deal with the lawlessness. And that is what this Emergencies Act is exactly doing. It is helping municipalities and provinces to have the tools they have. I mean, I've listened to the mayor of Ottawa saying today that, they couldn't get tow trucks. Tow trucks didn't want to come. They were scared. They didn't want to come in and tow the rigs that were hanging around. But with the Emergency Measures Act, they told the tow trucks that they had to come, and that they had to come and do that work. Now, that is one simple example of how the resources and the tools that the police needed had to come through an Emergency Measures Act. I also think that the Emergency Measures Act also helps provinces and municipalities to take on certain roles that they may not normally have taken on. The ability for police to come from across the country, including my own Vancouver Police Department, of whom I'm inordinately proud, to come across to help Ottawa. The ability to be able to do that, to be able to follow the money, to find out what foreign entities were funding this anarchy that was going on in our city for 22 days, to find out who was sending money to whom, to follow cryptocurrency. That was an important part of finding out there were foreign entities behind this all. I heard people on the streets when the police were moving them back talking about their First Amendment rights and saying, you cannot arrest this person. You did not read them. They're Miranda rights. Well, come on, guys. You got to watch enough television to know that we don't do that in Canada. That's not Canadian. So we know that there are foreign entities in this country manipulating what is going on. Who is funding them? Who is paying for them? Where do you get to spend 22 days with food and drink and everything that you need? Somebody is paying for that. We've got to find out who that is. You talked about sovereignty. Part of the sovereignty is that Canada cannot allow foreign entities to dictate what we do in a democracy. This is a democracy. And in a democracy, you have elected governments. I don't care what stripe the government is, but they are elected according to free and fair elections, which is a major part of a democracy. To try to overthrow duly elected officials by mob rule of law and threat and intimidation is anarchy. It cannot be allowed. if these people do not want the government anymore, well, they have the right to vote against the government in an election. That's what a democracy is about. A democracy has free media, freedom of the press. Well, the press has been intimidated, harassed, pushed and shoved, threatened and frightened, and I want to take my hat off to all of the press who have been doing a yeoman's job, who have been unafraid and been doing what they need to do. Because if the media is shut down, we really don't know what's happening, and we are prone to listening to disinformation and false news. So I think these are some of the things that we're talking about here. And I have to say that, you know, when the police keep saying to people, move on, please get the children out of here. I looked at what was going on in Coutts and in some of these borders. In the Ambassador Bridge, there was a line in front of the protesters of children linking arm in arm. What country are we in, people, when we do that to children, when we use them as shields to protect so-called protesters? It is a dual reason for it. Not only that the children are shields because they know nobody will harm children, but also that it makes them look nice and quiet and family orientated and all that kind of thing. That is not what is true. We're seeing this kind of manipulation and intimidation of the media. I must say that, you know, we know how much money. We look at the border crossings that had been blocked by the trucks. I mean, 95% of our truckers are vaccinated and are going back and forth, bringing food and medicines and everything. You have the ones who didn't want to be. But, you know, freedom applies both ways. Freedom of choice. You do not choose to get vaccinated. You do not choose to wear masks. Okay, accept the consequences. I taught my kids that. My parents taught me that. You have a choice, but remember, with the choice comes consequences. And so if doing it, it is felt that you are actually harming others by, in fact, exposing others to infection, then this is something that the government must care about. So when you say you're blocking truckers who are trying to get across the border to bring food, to bring medicines, to keep trade going, which I think was about $511 million a day when you count all the crossings, this is intimidation. This is not about truckers. This is not about vaccine mandates. This is about anarchy. And I think we need to remember that. To say you will bring down a duly elected government, to use language that is threatening to our prime minister, who is a duly elected prime minister, and when people hug and stand there taking photographs with these people, you are also agreeing that it's okay for a mob rule to take down a duly elected government. Well, you know, this is not a democracy when you do that. And I think you look at the judges. We have an independent judiciary. And the independent judiciary is now issuing all kinds of writs against the people who have broken the law. Again, rule of law, we come back to it again. You can't have it both ways. You cannot have rule of law on the one hand, talk about rule of law, and then when we impose rule of law because of the jurisdictional issues that make us have to do that, you say that we are breaking the law, or we are imposing, or we are a dictatorship. That is not true. A dictator is someone who stops other people from having their freedoms. The protesters did that. They stopped everybody else from having the freedom to wear a mask, the freedom to go to a hospital to get care, the freedom to take their children to school, the freedom to go and shop. They closed down businesses. Businesses had to close their doors, walking into restaurants and intimidating and roughing up verbally and physically waiters and waitresses and the people who work there. This is not a lawful, peaceful protest. And today, when everyone is singing the national anthem and saying to the police, "We love you," this is part of the propaganda machine saying, "Look at us, we are nice people. Look at us, we've got a bouncy castle, and our children play. We're nice people." You cannot not know this. All of us sitting in this House of Commons today know this not to be true.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Speaker. So just three things to address the member. The member talked about independent judiciary being active right now. This member must know the Emergencies Act actually removes the role of judges in FinTrack and freezing of bank accounts. This is the shortcut. On a briefing one of our members received from government officials. They specifically say it takes too long to go to judges. So she should understand that that's the first one. She talked about how the media is being treated by some of the protesters, and I agree it's awful. But I'm just going to remind her again, back in 2017, Vice reporter Ben Makic and Justin Brake from The Independent were being pursued in court by this government. Were facing charges for not wanting to reveal their sources. And one thing that the member did not mention was consultation. 7 out of 10 provinces have publicly said they disagree with the Emergencies Act being used. How can she support this?
Honourable member for Vancouver Centre.
Well, I would like to say one thing. Judges are currently, in fact, engaged in looking at those who have been arrested. And they are actually speaking out and saying, these are the things we must do. You must, and they have been speaking out loudly about it. You must, in fact, do this because we're saying as a judiciary. So that's going on right now. The point is, Alberta wrote a letter to the Prime Minister saying, we can't cope. We don't have the resources with our municipalities and our province to cope with what's going on at our border. Can you please help us? The point is that the federal government then had to have the tools, had to be able to look at jurisdictional issues and say, I need the...
Question et commentaire, l'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In her speech, my colleague talked about the fact that tow truck operators were worried about doing their work and that they needed the Emergencies Act to do so. However, in the criminal code, there do exist measures, court orders, for example, or even Attorney General powers that can be used. Why wasn't that used as a possible solution before using the nuclear option, the Emergency Measures Act?
Député de Vancouver Centre.
Because this is a provincial jurisdiction still. That ability to bring in tow trucks are being asked for by a province and a municipality, and they don't have the powers to be able to do that. The Emergency Act gave them the powers, gave them the authority to be able to do that. And I think we should ask ourselves, why are tow truckers afraid to do this? Because they're intimidated by their own so-called trucker convoys. And so they came in, they've covered their driver's license, they've covered their truck companies because they are scared. They put on masks so nobody would know who they are. Is that the kind of...
Question et commentaire, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The use of the Emergencies Act and even consideration of it is an acknowledgement of a failure of leadership who have allowed things to escalate unchecked since the beginning. I'm hearing concerns. I, too, am worried that this emergency measures legislation could later be used against those truly participating in peaceful protests. But what we are currently facing today is not that. This is an illegal occupation that has been harassing people for weeks. Does the member agree that action should have been taken earlier to avoid us being here today?
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Centre.
I think this is interesting because if the Prime Minister had run out and imposed the Emergencies Act at the beginning of this, everyone would say, oh, look at what you're doing. You're such a bully. Why are you doing this? Why don't you try other methods of dealing with it? And he did. He talked to provinces. He talked to municipalities. He tried to work it out with them. He had roundtables going on for quite a few days. So again, we're back to what is jurisdictional authority. I think the point to remember is that this act is temporary. It is geographically targeted to places that need it and is proportionate. And if we remember that, then we're going to know that it is going to end, and it's going to end with an inquiry, which makes it an accountable thing for the Government of Canada to be able to speak to. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, I rise on behalf of very concerned constituents in the freedom-loving riding of Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke. The Prime Minister's emergency decree has struck terror into the hearts of millions of Canadians. They don't understand why this unprecedented and un-Canadian action is being taken. They're wondering if they're going to have their bank accounts frozen for supporting the wrong political party. They want to know if they're going to lose their children for the simple fact of waving a Canadian flag. I wish I could tell them it would never happen in Canada, but it is happening. I wish I could tell them this was not the Prime Minister's plan all along. ever since this government announced it was suspending the trucker vaccine mandate, only to reverse course 24 hours later, every action taken by this government and this Prime Minister has been to escalate and inflame. These actions were either calculations or incompetence. Either way, Canadians have lost all confidence in this Prime Minister. The question is, how long will it take for the Liberal members to find the confidence to speak truth to power? Here is the truth. The only emergency is the Prime Minister's plummeting poll numbers. The government is pushing conspiracy theories full of more hot air than the bouncy castles on Wellington Street. To justify their fake emergency, they must ratchet up the rhetoric. Are Canadians supposed to believe our democracy was under threat from dance parties and hot tubs? The only thing under threat is the credibility of this government. The Prime Minister has become the boy who cried racist insurrectionist. Canadians can see this clearly, and they're judging the Prime Minister harshly. Even the Liberals are openly wondering what has become of the Prime Minister. 2 years ago to the day, the Prime Minister said this about a group of Canadians who were blockading critical infrastructure and calling on the Governor-General to circumvent the elected government. Quote, "Our responsibility is to continue working on a peaceful and lasting solution to this troubling situation." End quote. 2 years ago, the Prime Minister pleaded with Canadians for patience. He sent his minister to negotiate with the protesters. Once the political issue had been resolved, the OPP moved in and peacefully removed the blockades. Canadians have the right to ask, why is this situation different? Why is this government treating one group of protesters differently from another group of protesters? And the one and only answer is politics. The government and its urban elite supporters despise rural Canadians, unless they're Indigenous, in which case they patronize them. Where were the denunciations of the vigilante mob waving a Soviet flag who attacked motorists? There were none, because the mob was made up of six-figure salaried public sector union leaders and university professors, also known as the Liberal donor base. When wealthy, privileged Canadians wave flags of genocidal states, the media hold them up as heroes who survived the Battle of Billings Bridge. When rural, blue-collared workers show up holding signs calling government Nazis, the media paints them as barbarians at a tiki torch rally. Now, the media cheer on the doxing of Canadians, while the Justice Minister threatens to freeze the bank accounts of people who voted for the wrong presidential candidate. The minister's comments to CTV Wednesday demonstrate beyond a reasonable doubt this government cannot be trusted with the emergency powers. When asked if people who donated to the convoy would have their bank accounts frozen, the Justice Minister said, quote, "If you are a member of a pro-Trump movement who is donating to this kind of thing, then you ought to be worried," unquote. I do hope the minister can come before this House and explain which other so-called unacceptable views will determine if accounts are freezed. Sadly, we don't need this minister to explain. The media and the other radical activists this government funds are already hard at work coming up with a progressive enemies list. Wednesday saw the seemingly coordinated effort by the Liberal-funded CBC and the Liberal-funded Anti-Canadian Hate Network to simultaneously publish stories about Christians supporting the convoy. Last week, op-eds in Liberal media explained how the Canadian flag has been tainted because it was waved by the wrong kind of Canadians. The left-wing media and government-funded activists have certainly painted a clear picture of the type of people they believe hold unacceptable views. Christians, patriotic Canadians, even classic small L liberals have made the urban socialists' enemy list. The media like to call this a culture war. We have an urban culture that's very conservative when it comes to lifting pandemic policies. We have a rural culture comprised of people who made a decision to trade the benefits of urban living for the benefits of rural freedoms. The mistake is in thinking that this is a war. This has always been a rural David versus urban Goliath, but with the slingshots banned by orders in council. This used to be a free country. The people in my riding elected a Liberal member of Parliament for most of the last century. That was until the Liberal Party began to turn its back on rural Canadians with the long gun registry. Since then, Liberals have always chosen to support urban interests over rural interests. But it was only when this Prime Minister and his woke McGuinty minions arrived that the game changed. Rather than just picking sides, they're seeking a total culture domination. Tolerance used to mean accepting people, and especially when you disagreed with them. The socialists have redefined tolerance to mean the complete submission to radical ideology. This is why the media are trying to recast the word freedom as dog whistle. That's why they attack the flag. It was a Liberal Prime Minister that said, freedom is our nationality. Canada and freedom used to be synonymous. But freedom means dissent is okay. Democracy means not everybody's going to agree. And even when 90% of us agree, we must protect the right of the 10% to dissent. When the predecessor party to the NDP voted against the War Measures Act during an actual war fighting actual Nazis, nobody accused them of supporting Hitler. Dissent is the canary in the coal mine of democracy. This emergency decree strikes right at the heart of dissent. With a stroke of his pen, the Prime Minister outlawed protesting on Parliament Hill for 30 days to start. We're not talking about the streets of Ottawa. We're talking about the lawn. If Ukrainian Canadians want to demonstrate or rally on Parliament Hill in opposition to Russian aggression, they can't, because it's illegal now. The Prime Minister said the order would respect the Charter. The Charter's not worth the paper it's printed on if you can't protest the declaration of an emergency order on Parliament Hill. The government claims it needs extraordinary power to stop imminent insurrection that's a threat to democracy. Now, I know the Prime Minister doesn't like to spend time in the House and was off in his bunker at the start, but Parliament has been meeting, debating, and voting the whole time the trucks were here. When people in other countries hear the word insurrection, they imagine military coups or communist takeovers. What they don't imagine is a small group of protesters asking the Liberal-appointed Governor-General to form a government with the Liberal-appointed Senate, amounting to a dangerous insurrection. Their latest plan to overthrow the government is to politely ask the Governor-General to replace the Liberal Prime Minister with a different Liberal member. The Governor-General has declined this request. If this is an insurrection, it is the most polite, non-violent, typically Canadian insurrection in history. Protesters in Ottawa politely asked the government to overthrow itself. The government says no, so they throw a weeks-long block party. This is the bouncy castle insurrection that the government needed to declare a national emergency for? This would be sad and pathetic were the precedent not so dangerous. It's invoked the Emergencies Act without sufficient grounds. Now they've trapped themselves. And to justify the power grab, they have to ratchet up the rhetoric further and further. To justify the government's rhetoric, their media allies encourage boycotts and vigilante mobs. 2 years ago, the Prime Minister called for patience. Now he's calling everybody Nazis while he sends the stormtroopers to break up the bouncy castles. This has to stop.
Yeah.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I always enjoy listening to my colleague and friend from across the way. You know, bouncy castles, the pools that were established, and all that fun that they had. I know the member opposite really sees this as a wonderful protest that she really doesn't have too much of a problem with. She doesn't see the blockade and the many hardships hardships that were caused, whether it's here in downtown Ottawa or at our international borders. But there is someone that does. You know, the Senator Vernon White, he was actually appointed by Stephen Harper, Mr. Speaker. That's a Conservative Stephen Harper appointment as a senator. He was also a former chief of police for Ottawa. My question to the member is, does she not think that maybe he knows what he talks about when he says that having the Emergency Act is useful for this protest? That in fact it is a good thing. With such a strong Conservative senator like that, with his experience, would she not agree with him?
The honourable member for Renfrew Nipissing Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, what's a tragedy and what is painful are the millions of jobs that were lost as a consequence of the pandemic and the declaration and the restrictions and locking us down and keeping us in Canada and requiring many things that had no basis in science. The Johns Hopkins University study declared that all the non-medical interventions had no help whatsoever. They had no effect on lowering the death or infection rates. So there was, just as it was an exaggeration to hold people down, make them lose their jobs, so too is it an exaggeration to invoke the Emergencies Act.
Yes.
Question et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I understand that my colleague is against the invoking the Emergencies Act. The Bloc Québécois doesn't like having the federal government interfere in its jurisdiction. We've seen Conservatives and a leadership candidate have videos with truckers and say that it's a great movement. And it's pretty simple. How many Conservative parties are there in this House?
For Renfrew Nipissing Pembroke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the great disappointment of my colleague who agrees on the principle of it being unnecessary to invoke this Emergency Act, the Conservative Party is more united and stronger than ever. And we are growing in unity, growing in numbers, and one day we're going to form government very soon.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Well, thank you. Well, I listened with care to my honourable colleague, and she has a very interesting description of the rural-urban divide in this country. I'm not sure that it accurately reflects the full diversity of opinion in this country. But one of the ironies is that I do agree with her that there have been many jobs lost to the pandemic due to the virus itself, and it's true to some of the policy responses. One of the ironies, of course, is that the impact of the blockaders in Ottawa was to cause other people to lose their jobs and small businesses to not be able to open and custodians to not be able to work and people who work in sandwich shops and restaurants lose income. So I'm just, my question to her is, how would she feel if one of the communities in her riding was blockaded by, say, 500 trucks so that all the businesses in one of the towns she represents couldn't earn an income for 3 weeks or even longer? Would that be okay with her residents?
Member for Renfrew Nipissing Pembroke.
Thank you. I must tell you about my residents when the convoy was going through on the Trans-Canada Highway. People waited for 4, 6, 8 hours to cheer on the trucks, going through from Deux Rivières all the way through to the end of Arnprior. They were so happy that somebody was going to go to Ottawa and fight for their freedom. So now they have the Conservatives in Parliament and people all over the country, and now the world who understand that democracy and freedom are under attack in Canada. Yeah!
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Grand Prairie Mackenzie.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I stand in this House to oppose the Prime Minister's unjustified, unconstitutional and unlawful imposition of the Emergencies Act. Tonight I feel completely inadequate to convey the message that I feel burdened to give. In my mix of heartbreak and sorrow and anger and disgust at the Prime Minister's words and actions over the last 2 years, I struggle for words And it's even made that much more difficult because I'm starting to feel a contradiction of feelings. Over the past couple of days, I've started to feel that there's maybe some reason for hope. And I believe that that faint hope is like a distant light on the horizon. And it's going to spread and expand and be as uncontrollable by the Prime Minister as the morning sunrise would be. I'm disgusted and angry by the things that I witnessed over the past months, and the sorrow and disgust almost broke me today as I witnessed what took place in the street just outside of this building. Yes, the Prime Minister got his way. He cleared the streets. He pushed the voices of his critics far enough away that he could no longer hear them. And he did it all with pepper spray and force. So, colleagues, what are we doing here? When the Prime Minister enacted the Emergencies Act, he claimed that it was to save the economy. But the border blockades were already cleared and they had started to dissipate.
Yep.
He then changed his story and claimed that it was all about saving our democracy. However, Parliament continued to operate, legislation continued to be debated, and votes continued to happen. He then changed his story again and said that the act was needed to remove the trucks. However, legal experts disputed that and said that existing authorities already existed to remove the trucks. And now the trucks are gone, they've been cleared, and he still wants these unprecedented powers. Why? Why does he need these powers? The borders are open, the trucks are gone, the streets are clear. What's left? It seems the Prime Minister is going to continue to suspend civil liberties and legal protections until he can be sure that he has silenced his opponents permanently, and send the message to anyone who disagrees with him that he'll do the same thing to them. He'll seize bank accounts, he'll seize phone records, and whatever else that he needs without the requirements of legal protections, normal legal protections and court orders. But this didn't just start a couple of weeks ago. The Prime Minister has been seeking to wedge, stigmatize, and divide Canadians for his own political advantage for some time. Even members of his own party are starting to call him out for it. He said, those people, he called them extremists. They're extremists who don't believe in science. They're misogynists. They're often racist. They're science deniers, a fringe minority holding unacceptable opinions. They're anti-Semitic, Islamophobic, anti-black, racist, homophobic, transphobes, a small group of the population. They're taking up space, he said. He asked whether the country needed to, and I quote, tolerate these people. And so he enacted unjustified rules that were intentionally discriminatory so that those people taking up space wouldn't need to be tolerated. I won't share with you her name, but a lady asked me to meet in my constituency office several months ago. She sat across the boardroom table from me and told the story of losing her son from complications from a vaccination decades ago. She sobbed as she expressed her fears of getting the injection. Fear for herself, fear for her children, fear for her grandchildren. She asked me why the Prime Minister would make her do this. Why wouldn't he understand that she couldn't do it? She had already had COVID, and she just wanted to know if she could get an exemption to the federal mandate so she could go see her elderly mom, who lived a significant distance away. She needed to fly there. I couldn't answer her question. Speaker, she isn't a racist. She isn't an extremist. She isn't a fringe minority. Norm and his family farmed a few miles away from the farm that I grew up in. My entire life, I knew that he was a strong NDP supporter. I knew that he had run for the party in 1988 under Ed Broadbent. Norm and his family were generous neighbors, And although our families may not have agreed when it came to politics, we always knew that if we needed some help, we would both have each other. When I became the MP over 16 years ago, Norm maintained his communication with me and always was well read and informed when he would express concerns about multinational corporations or often about concerns with the Harper government. But more recently, he's expressed a more urgent concern about the current Prime Minister and the mandates that have been imposed on all Canadians. What he calls crushing citizens' rights to peaceful protest. Through you, Mr. Speaker, I want to speak to my NDP friends. I know that Norm has written many of you, and I want to tell you that you can't tell it from the emails, but his words are sincere. He fears for his grandchildren, his children and neighbors. He's begged us not to support the passage of the Emergencies Act. Norm is a good man with a good family. He is not an extremist. He does believe in science. He's not a misogynist, nor is he a racist. Chris is a city councillor from the city of Grand Prairie. Chris cares deeply about our community and especially about the vulnerable who live within our region. Chris has been a leading advocate for bringing meaningful change and reconciliation for Indigenous people who live in our communities. He's a good friend of mine. Last week, Chris was in Ottawa to protest the discriminatory policies and mandates of the federal government. Chris is not an extremist. He's not anti-Semitic, Islamophobic, anti-black, racist, homophobic, or transphobic. And there's one person in this House that knows that as well as I do. It's the Prime Minister. He knows him, he knows Chris, because they have close mutual friends. As a matter of fact, the Prime Minister called Chris personally to ask him to run for the Liberal Party of Canada. Unfortunately, because of his stand against injustice and division, people across the country have now echoed the Prime Minister's words and accused my friend, our friend, who has two black sisters, of being a racist and a misogynist. Mr. Speaker, this has to end. My colleagues and I, we have a choice, and history will judge us for our decision. Will we do the right thing and reject the politics of division, hate, and end this attack on freedom? Or will we grant the Prime Minister this unlimited power that he wants to attack his political adversaries? I said at the beginning of the speech that I had reason for hope, and I do have hope. The reason is that, well, 338 of us in this House may or may not do the right thing. I know that Canadians have had enough with the divisions. They've had enough with the hate, and they've had enough with the political divisions. I have no faith in the Prime Minister. I have no faith that he'll change. But I have faith that Canadians have seen all that they need to see. They know who the Prime Minister is. They have seen the pain that he's willing to inflict on people who don't agree with him. And I trust Canadians, and I hope that my colleagues in this building will do the same and give Canadians their freedoms back.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade, Export, Promotion, Small Business and Economic Development.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I sincerely thank the member opposite for that intervention and the passion with which he delivered it. 3 points of clarification is that today a blockade exists in Surrey, BC. Secondly, that the declaration order, notwithstanding the submissions from the member from Renfrew Pembroke, is not about entrusting the Prime Minister with emergency powers. It's about empowering police who operate independently to enforce the law. And thirdly, that lawful protest is permitted pursuant to this order and is always permitted under the Charter. It is only protest that breaches the peace that would be prevented. But I'm going to put this to him very squarely. His party has talked about law and order, has been founded on a law and order premise. Can we at least agree that when it gets to the point after 22 days that members of the public in Ottawa are taking matters into their own hands because they are so frustrated with the lack of enforcement, that we have a problem, and that problem needs to be addressed with powers, including increased powers such as the ones that Interim Chief Stephen Bell has welcomed to empower the enforcement.
The honourable member for Grand Prairie Mackenzie.
Well, this is a problem with the Liberal Party. Is every day the story changes. The reason they've changed every day. The reason that they need these powers. And what we know from legal experts is that they don't need these powers to stop blockades. Powers exist. No government since Pierre Elliott Trudeau was Prime Minister has required this. We've had 9/11, we have had the Oka crisis, we've had the G20 in Toronto. Never, ever has a Prime Minister gone this far to punish their political opponents.
Questions and comments. L'honorable député de Beauport-Limoilou.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciated having our colleague take the time to explain that there have been people who supported the demonstration but did not meet the description that has been given of them. I understand, of course, that there have been more extreme factions linked to that group that may be financing them, but we need to inspect our own consciences. Is it possible that the people tired of health measures and of being called names that do not apply to them have just decided to join this protest when they might not have intended to at the outset?
I think what I've come to understand is that this doesn't follow along political lines. That people across the country are fed up. They're fed up with the Prime Minister. They're fed up with the divisions. They're fed up with the hostilities. Yep. And they don't understand why the Prime Minister won't do what every other provincial government has done, what countries around the world have done. Our allies around the world have either dropped restrictions or made plans, informed their citizens as to what the timeframes will be for the reductions of those restrictions. Provincial leaders have done that. Why won't the Prime Minister? Canadians deserve an answer.
In comments, question commentaire. The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I listened closely to the member from Grand Prairie and his remarks. I wish I would have caught the whole name of his riding. I'm sure I'll learn it over time. I'm a bit fascinated by the amount of time the Conservative Party is giving to talking about the NDP, and I've heard members in this House talk glowingly about the legacy of Jack Layton and Tommy Douglas, and reflecting back on 1970 and the vote on the War Measures Act, a vote, of course, in which the Conservative Party supported the use of that legislation that is much more draconian than what we have in front of us today. I wonder if my colleague could reflect on that vote. Would he vote the same way today? And what does that say about his, I believe, his upcoming vote on this motion before us?
Honourable member for Grand Prairie Mackenzie.
I can assure the member that I wasn't old enough to sit in the House at that time. And so, but I will say, in all seriousness, the reason that the members of this House are pleading with the NDP is because the NDP will decide if the Prime Minister will continue to have these powers, or if on Monday the Prime Minister will be held accountable by courts, by the provisions and protections that we all covet and that the NDP, at least under Tommy Douglas, believed in. Yeah. And so I would just encourage the NDP, through you, Mr. Speaker, to consider what legacy they want to leave as a party when people look back 30 years from now.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And people are frustrated with this pandemic. People in Edmonton-Griesbach and every single Canadian, including each of us here, have been impacted by this deadly and once-in-a-lifetime disease. Whether you've lost loved ones like I have, or whether it's been restrictions due to the public health measures enacted upon the advice of medical professionals. I know how hard and truly challenging these divisive times can be and continue to be. At the beginning of all this, Canadians showed the world what community looks like. Everyone mobilized to take care of each other and to keep each other safe. Neighbors helping neighbors, friends dropping off care packages, teachers and community organizers going above and beyond to keep children learning and to keep them safe. Throughout this pandemic, we have endured much pain. many losing loved ones, many losing critical time with those important to them. But we're surviving it. And I want to thank every single Canadian for their continued resilience. This is what Canada is. This is the story we must tell because it is true. Let's not forego the sacrifices of the many for the benefit of the few. Canada is not perfect. As an Indigenous person myself, I know this really well. But Canada is a place where forces of good can thrive, so long as we continue to see the liberty of others as the liberty of oneself, not to use our freedom to put our neighbors in harm's way, and certainly not to destroy our democratic institutions by way of force. Your freedom ends at the end of my nose. Today and over the next few days, we will hear from Conservatives about the need to listen, about the sacrifices and the hardship. But let me speak directly to those members about some of the people in my community of Edmonton-Griesba who have truly sacrificed. These are not the individuals who have the opportunity to play bouncy castle. These are not the individuals who have the opportunity to sit in a hot tub for 3 weeks. These are not the people who have spent the last 3 weeks outside of Wellington Street, and it is not those who wish to use force to bring about policy change. It is not those seeking to intimidate and harm others. It is, as a matter of fact, the people who put their masks on every day so that their neighbor who is immunocompromised doesn't die. It is the nurses, the doctors, the medical personnel in my community who have endured the worst of this medical emergency and continue to do so as we speak. It is the essential workers, including police right now, who have come in day after day to keep our services going, to keep Canadians going. It has been parents who have been struggling at home to do their work, but to also teach when children couldn't go to school. It has been those who have had to choose between rent and food because the costs of groceries, bills, housing, and unemployment have gone unaddressed by this failed Liberal government. And colleagues, this is why we are in this circumstance. It is because of the Liberal government's failure to help people, to assist folks in these unprecedented and uncertain times. And while the Conservatives and Liberals bicker amongst themselves and the Bloc sits idle protecting its narrow provincial objectives at the cost of Canadians and Quebecers, it is New Democrats who are forced to be the responsible ones, tasked with fixing this crisis outside because of the government's delay and holding this lackluster and irresponsible.
I'm sorry, I have a point of order. The honourable member should repeat his last sentence in a few minutes. I have a point of order. The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Apologies to my colleague. On a point of order, Madam Speaker, I believe my colleague meant to say he's splitting his time with his colleague from Skeena, Bulkley Valley.
Oh, okay. I actually came in during a switch. I'm just wondering if the honourable member had mentioned that he was splitting his time, if he had wanted to. It seems that there's a question here.
To split my time with that.
Okay, and the honourable member.
Valley.
Perfect. So the honourable member says that he's going to split his time, and I'll give the floor back to the honourable member for Edmonton Griesbach.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The government could have avoided this whole circumstance should they have helped Canadians through this difficult time. Instead, they let inaction and partisanship guide them. Let those who seek to hurt our economy and our international reputation as Canadians by not acting sooner. All of this by the government, while Conservatives emboldened these occupiers, meeting with them as they stood shoulder to shoulder with Nazi and Confederate flags. This emergency we are facing was not a surprise. Organizers like Pat King, who first listed as the Alberta organizer for Canada Unity, has a known history of white supremacy and has previously been seen on video saying that, quote, white people are the strongest bloodlines, end quote. When talking about COVID restrictions in December, just 1 month before the protest, he said, quote, the only way that this is going to be solved is with bullets, end quote. As much as I disagree, and as much as I condemn the statements of Mr. King, I believe them to be hate motivated. I do respect every group's right to peaceful assembly and peaceful protest. But what we have witnessed here and across the country is certainly not that. As a matter of fact, I have been in many protests over the last decade, and I'm a proud Indigenous land defender myself. I'm a true believer in public demonstration and community solidarity. It is absolutely fundamental and necessary to ensuring democracy, accountability, and diversity of opinion in Canada. That being said, it is clear the situation across the country, in particular in my home province of Alberta, at Ambassador Bridge, in Windsor, and in Ottawa, should have never gotten to this point. There is a combination of ill forces that have contributed to this current crisis, such as a lack of proper leadership to combat disinformation in our country, hate, racism, and terrorism funding. Undeniable facts of this situation, and something anti-racism groups across our country have warned us against for years. While we see how fragile democracy was in the United States when their capital was attacked we all thought it couldn't happen here. Well, here we are 3 weeks into this with hopes of finally restoring public order, which should have taken place a long time ago. We knew this was coming. I am sure those who have engaged in peaceful assembly, such as myself, have noticed the extreme difference in the standard of policing for Indigenous land defenders and organizations like the ones we're seeing right now. It has never taken the use of the Emergencies Act to have police forcefully remove land defenders, and often with violence, an unfortunate precedent that already exists in our country. I mean to say that regardless of the Emergencies Act, Indigenous people have been subject to state violence since the inception of Canada and its laws. And we need to tackle that issue. I am pleased to see that police can, in fact, from evidence of today and yesterday, enforce public order without the use of bullets, tear gas, chainsaws, or axes. To the police, I know many others will be watching. Over the last 3 weeks, Canadians have witnessed local and municipal police fail to uphold the most basic of bylaws and ordinances made to protect our economy, residents, and transport corridors. Just last week, some members of the Southern Alberta Coutts Blockade have been charged with conspiracy to murder RCMP officers after weapons cache had been found. It should have never have gotten to this point. Armed violence and intimidation is not conducive to a free democracy, and instances like this are likely in other parts of our country. I've heard from many Black, Indigenous, and other people of color communities who are feeling scared right now. They're intimidated for their immediate safety. I've spoken to healthcare professionals in Edmonton, Griesba, nurses, doctors, healthcare aides who are feeling the exact same. Hate towards frontline healthcare workers over the past few weeks has resulted in hospitals telling their own employees to not wear any identifiable healthcare clothes due to the rise of attacks. This is Canada, my friends. This is right now. This is today. A true democracy, a truly free democracy, is one that does not allow discourse to take a back seat to intimidation and violence. This is not freedom. This is not Canada. It is clearly hate. Lastly, without getting into the nuanced and complicated differences between Canadian civil right guarantees and the rights of sovereign Indigenous nations, please know that the use of the Emergencies Act does not in any way negate, dismiss Indigenous people's rights and or laws to access and occupy their own lands. The reasons outlined here are why I and my NDP colleagues have decided to support this very limited measures under the Emergency Act, which largely include coordination of local enforcement, as noted by the interim Ottawa Police Chief, and powers to investigate foreign and domestic financial influences that are fueling this hate-motivated occupation. I and our entire caucus believe in reasonable limits, which include the barring of any use of the Canadian Armed Forces and the upholding and non-suspension of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. It is with the utmost reluctance we do this for the better of our safety and for our country and for the survival of our democracy. We will be steadfast in monitoring these powers and have a clear path to revoke or at any time not support these powers that infringe on our civil rights and our democracy. The tool can never become the problem. Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade, Export Promotion, Small Business and Economic Development.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the intervention that was just made by the member from Edmonton Griesbach and welcome him to this House. I find it very concerning myself when we've had, even in the course of this evening's debate, members...
I'm sorry, we're having problems again with the interpretation of the other member's microphone, so I'm just not sure what's going on. I'm not sure if IT was able to fix that with you or whether they're going to send you a new headset, but we'll try one more time. No. Hold on here. Try again. Maybe it might be my thing that's down now.
Madam Speaker, can you hear me now?
Can you lower? His boom is lowered.
Yeah, can you hear me now, Madam Speaker?
Better. Is it better? Yes.
Okay, I apologize, Madam Speaker. I'm just having bad luck when you're in the chair. With the member from Nova Scotia, when he was in the chair, everything was fine. But Madam Speaker, I'll try again. I want to thank the member from Edmonton Griesbach for his intervention and admit to some extreme concern when members of the official opposition have actually belittled the concern of other parliamentarians who don't share his particular demographic and the fears they might be experiencing. But I want to ask him, as a man who's an Indigenous activist, advocate, as a man who's Indigenous himself, when he sees things like people who are being arrested assaulting the police officers, when he sees them throwing bikes at police horses, when he sees people attempting to remove weapons from the police officers. And if we contemplate how that kind of response would have been met had those protesters been Black, Indigenous, or people of color, could he perhaps discuss that with some further clarity about how the response would differ, because I firmly believe it would have differed, and how we need to get forward, moving forward, really rethink how we are doing policing, notwithstanding the tremendous work that is attempting to be done by our law enforcement officials in this country right now. Thank you.
Member wasn't trying to blame me for his microphone issues. The honourable member for Edmonton Griesbach.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague. And I first of all want to extend my best wishes and in many ways support from Edmonton Griesbach to the members of his community for what they've endured. You know, I know from listening to constituents of mine how difficult this has been, the disruptions in services, the issues at hospitals, the harassment, and just the overall safety and well-being of community members. What we're facing is truly serious. And I would hope that members of this chamber would see how serious this is, particularly for members of the Black, Indigenous, and people of color communities. What we're witnessing right now is truly different than how we truly interact with police. We understand it's different. And I know for a fact from being on those front lines how different it is. And so I do think we have a lot more work to go. And I do think that there should be more accountability for police in this.
Gentleman member for Dauphin, Swan River, Nipawin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for the member for his speech. Under the new act that's being talked about here, the Emergencies Act, financial institutions are required to cease dealing with designated persons. These designated persons are defined to anyone associated with the protest, with a protest. Could the member explain, using your past experience, were you a designated person in your past protests? Were you a protest organizer? Were you a protest attendee? Were you a donor? Or were you someone that just tweeted support? Would that quantify this act being, would you, under this new act, have your financial institution cease dealing with you?
And the member, I don't think that he was directing this at me, but I'd ask him maybe not to use the word you, and that might fix everything up when he's asking questions and comments. The honourable member for Edmonton Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And to the member's question, well, first of all, I have never in my entire life been a member or have been participatory or have included myself in the advocacy towards overthrowing the country. I've never said that. I've never wanted to see Canada's democratic institutions overthrown to the point and with the use of violence to the point where it collapses altogether. And that's uniquely different than what we're seeing here. What we're seeing is the very explicit and stated purpose of overthrowing a democratically elected government and to have the force and means to do it. And they have those means by way of financing across the globe, millions of dollars, and they have that way by way of rifles. We found that. These are two unique factors that I've never participated in.
Bref question, l'honorable député de Berthier.
Quick question, the honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Well, our colleague in his speech implied that our party has limited interests. I would invite him to modify what he said and look at what we're doing here. And if he has questions about that, I would tell him that we are defending our nation, because if we're not there, no one would do it. And we've been showing that by working here in a constructive manner for the collective interest, despite everything. So my question, throughout his speech, he brought up the fact that we shouldn't be here. And yet, his political party, which is increasingly resembling the left wing of the Liberal Party, voted against a motion last week to create a gradual plan for reducing the measures. Could he explain that?
Little time left. A brief answer from the member for Edmonton Griesbach.
Briefly, I'll try to be quick. That was a lot there. I have been involved in nation protection for the Métis people for a long time, and never in my life have I, in that role, protected through that nationalism defense the right to overthrow democratically elected government, first and foremost. Second to that member's question related to what members should be doing right now, we have to be taking this issue very seriously, and we should be thinking about the state of our country as a whole.
Thank you very much. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before I begin, I send out my thoughts to the people of the Bulkley Valley who have been shocked at the recent violence and vandalism at a work site on the Martin Forest Service Road. My thoughts go out specifically to the workers of that site who have been traumatized and to the officer who was injured. I denounce these acts, and I join my constituents in demanding a full and thorough investigation, one that holds those responsible accountable. Madam Speaker, I rise this evening at this troubling and historic time in our country to address the motion before us, a motion to confirm the use of the Emergencies Act to restore social order. I've been here in Ottawa for 3 weeks. I arrived the day after the convoy did. And for most of the past 22 days, I've been walking twice a day through downtown Ottawa, and I've paid close attention to the convoy, to the messages on the signs, to the people, and to the people of this city, the people who live and work downtown, who have been so profoundly affected by this illegal occupation. Let me say that I believe protest is an important part of our democracy. It can give the voiceless a voice, and it can ensure that citizens have a way to communicate the strength of their feelings and their views and their beliefs to their government. I've attended dozens of protests in my life, and I have particular respect, Madam Speaker, for peaceful, nonviolent civil disobedience, which in our history has played an important role in so much social progress. But this is not that, Madam Speaker. What we have witnessed for the past 3 weeks is nothing short of the occupation of the capital city of a G7 country. And it's an event that I find deeply troubling for a number of reasons. The first lies in the stated goal of the leaders of this occupation, which, as my friend from Edmonton Griesbach has articulated, is to subvert our democracy and overthrow a democratically elected government. The second reason I find this troubling is the effect the occupation has had on the people of Ottawa. Thousands of innocent people already struggling in the midst of the pandemic, who are unable to go to work and unable to go about their daily lives with the peace and security that they so deserve. And I think also of the thousands of people across Canada who have been affected similarly by blockades of bridges and trade corridors. The fourth reason I'm troubled is the presence of, pardon me, Madam Speaker, the third reason lies in the stream of funding coming from south of the border from individuals who see fit to destabilize our country in the same vein as the attempted insurrection at the U.S. Capitol on January 6th. And the fourth reason is the presence of extremism, evidenced by the occupation's leaders, their history, their rhetoric, and their associations. Now, I know there are many in Northwest BC for whom the occupation and the convoy have provided an outlet for their frustrations and their anger. And I ask them simply to look into who is behind this event. And I considered naming the occupation leaders and some of their more troubling views here this evening, as my colleague has done previously and others have done in this debate. But I'm not going to do that, Madam Speaker, because I refuse to give them the notoriety that they so seem to crave. Now, at the center of this crisis lies the failure of the police. If they had done their job properly from the outset, if they had taken the threats seriously, we would not find ourselves where we do this evening. As the occupation dug in, I heard from many Indigenous and non-Indigenous constituents who were stunned by the contrast between the kid glove approach of the Ottawa police and the way in which Indigenous protesters in Northwest BC and across Canada are policed. Many in this place have noted that contrast, and it is something that must be addressed. Now, it is because of the failure of local and provincial law enforcement to protect social order that we must consider this extraordinary measure before us. To those opposing this motion, I ask them simply, what is the alternative? They suggest the Prime Minister negotiate with those who have occupied the city, but negotiate with whom? Surely not the leaders of this occupation. Others suggest simply that police have existing powers and legislation at their disposal. But what use are provisions in the criminal code if police are either not willing or not able to apply them? In fact, police themselves have been calling out for help. They've said clearly that they are not able to deal with this situation with the powers and tools and resources at their disposal. And this occupation has gone on now for 3 weeks, Madam Speaker. Does such a situation not call for the government to consider providing additional powers? To be honest, I find the objections of some in this House to be somewhat naive, especially from those parties that traditionally espouse law and order. We are called on now to protect the people of our country, and we must step up. Now, this is not to say, Madam Speaker, that I am comfortable with the invocation of the Emergencies Act. I hear the voices of those who caution us that this is a dangerous precedent and that this could lead to future uses that are less appropriate, including the use against lawful demonstrations. It falls to all of us in this place to ensure this does not happen, and New Democrats have been clear that we will not tolerate the inappropriate use of these additional powers by this government, and we are prepared to initiate their revocation at a moment's notice. Now, turning to the larger context of this global pandemic we find ourselves in, I want to acknowledge that 2 years in, a lot of people are fed up. Some are angry and some are desperate. And how could this possibly be otherwise? We must not allow ourselves to fall into thinking that these circumstances are any kind of normal. A situation that requires such broad and sweeping restrictions as have been necessary is not normal. Over the past 3 weeks, I've heard from many constituents who have strong feelings about this government's management of the pandemic and about the matter before us today. And I want to speak directly to them now. I hear you. I hear your frustration and anger with a government and a prime minister you feel is out of touch with the challenges you face. I hear your concern that the federal government has not always been transparent and explained the evidence on which pandemic measures are based. I hear your concern that certain measures have affected small businesses, especially small tourism businesses, in ways that go beyond what the pandemic relief programs have compensated for. And I hear your concern about the mental health impacts of this pandemic. And for the small number of constituents who have chosen not to get vaccinated and who stand to lose their livelihoods in a few short months, I say this: I disagree with your choice, but I empathize with your predicament. One's livelihood is a sacred thing, and government should only interfere with this in the direst of circumstances. And I continue to push for the government to provide greater clarity as to whether such measures remain necessary at this juncture in the pandemic. I hear you. Now, I'll end, Madam Speaker, with an expression of gratitude. Gratitude for the thousands of people in Northwest BC who have sacrificed in ways small and large out of concern for the health and well-being of their neighbors, their loved ones, the elders in our community, our seniors. Gratitude for the healthcare workers who for 2 years now have gone to work every day in the face of a struggling healthcare system and who have shown themselves to be nothing short of heroes, Madam Speaker. And gratitude to live in a country where this debate is possible, where checks and balances exist, and where democracy is strong enough to stand up against threats to the fabric of our nation. I reject the notion that we are more divided than ever. It is the social solidarity of Canadians, our care for each other, that has allowed us to reach this point with so many fewer deaths per capita than many other countries. And it is this care and concern for each other, Madam Speaker, that I believe lies as the basis of our freedom as a people. When I search for strength in the face of a difficult decision in this place, my mind turns to home. It turns to Skeena and the places that inspire and ground and motivate so many. I think of the Skeena River flowing free to the Pacific Ocean, and I think of the people, strong, caring, good people. I'm so deeply honored to speak this evening on their behalf, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Alfred Pellan.
The honourable member for Alfred Pellan. Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. He struck an excellent balance between the matter of liberties and social order. However, he criticized the government for not having acted sufficiently quickly enough. Then what would my colleague to say to those who believe the actions of the last few days represent repression and a denial of the right to protest? Thank you.
Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and through you to my colleague, I appreciate the question. I was referring to the police not acting quickly enough in the face of the occupation, not the government. And I believe that other cities' police forces learned from the failures of the police here in Ottawa, and that acting more swiftly and taking the security intelligence more seriously could have avoided much of the disruption and unrest that has occurred over the past 3 weeks.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Dauphin, Swan River, Nipawin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wonder if the member can share his thoughts on why the government delayed so long to act. Why they knew this risk was in Ottawa. They were staying in a hotel here. Why didn't they just go out, question him, bring him in, have a chat with him? Why do you think he stopped at that point and just ignored it for 3 weeks?
Yeah, I remember Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Police problem.
Well, Madam Speaker, through you to my colleague down the way, it's clear that when it comes to illegal protests that disrupt the flow of traffic and major roadways and those sorts of matters, enforcing the statutes and laws in the city and in the province falls to the local police authorities. And so while I believe it's incumbent on the Prime Minister and in fact all of us in this House to listen to people with a wide range of views and to consider what they have to say, I believe that very early on it was up to the police to intervene and to uphold social order in this city and across the country.
Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I really appreciated my colleague's speech. From what he said, I've understood that there's ambiguity. It's not an easy situation. We have a choice to make now. The Emergencies Act was only applied in rare circumstances in the country's history. We have to weigh the pros and cons. But since the act was invoked a week ago, the situation on the ground has really changed. I heard his colleague from Rosemont La Petite Patrie say on TV in Quebec that he said Thursday that if things calm down in Ottawa, perhaps the NPD could reconsider its decision to support the government with this Emergencies Act. Does my colleague think that the situation has changed enough for the NDP to change its position?
Skeena Bulkley Valley.
And thank you to my friend for his question. I'm not sure if it came through in the translation, but I think I heard him say that the Emergencies Act has only been applied a few times in our history. And to be clear, this is the first time that it's been applied, and that the War Measures Act is a very different piece of legislation. So I could be mistaken there, but that's my understanding. Now, to his question about how these powers are applied, and I want to assure him that should we support this, we do it very reluctantly. And I do not want to see these powers, these extra powers, used 1 day longer than is necessary. And we are going to be watching very carefully, holding this government accountable, and we will revoke those powers at a moment's notice, and I count on him to work with us in such a situation.
Sorry, I'm out of time here. Reprise de débat.
Resuming. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Okay. At the outset, I'll announce that I'll be sharing my time with my distinguished colleague from Beauport-Limoilou, who gave me a little drawing. Madam Speaker, the situation is serious. People are concerned. People are contacting us. I get all sorts of messages. The vast majority call on us to not support this extraordinary act. Do not support this unacceptable law. There's different forms of that message. Other messages, fewer of them, but still, that say, how can you support these protesters? And other messages say, how can you abandon people who are fighting for their freedom? And other messages as well. So it's coming from all directions. But there's something that all of these people have in common. They're all concerned. They're all unhappy with the situation. Why would that be? Why are we here? Society is extremely divided. I think all of my colleagues here receive all sorts of messages. We try to respond as best we can. We explain our positions. Generally, that works. But why are we here? I'll give you an answer, Madam Speaker. Because we don't have a leader. We have a government that is exploiting division. We have a government that dares to use collective distress from a certain group for political ends, to let them dig in. This could have been managed differently. It's always easier to say after the fact, but we know it's possible. We saw it elsewhere. What did it take? It would have taken a leader. What's the difference between Quebec City and Ottawa? Someone said that other cities learned from Ottawa's experience, but beyond that, Quebec City had a mayor and a premier who spoke to each other, who created a crisis unit and coordinated their police forces and recognized people's right to protest. These are elements that were missing in Ottawa. Ironically, the people who've been criticized the most are the people who protested the longest. I'm not saying they're right or wrong. I'm looking at the situation. A prime minister. How can a prime minister pour fuel on the fire right from the beginning and insult citizens? Perhaps the message from those people wasn't something that the prime minister liked. But they are citizens. A head of government needs to be able to calm things down. I don't mean that he needed to give in, but he shouldn't have insulted people. And why not meet? At least meet the official representatives of truckers. And it was said many times during debate. 90% of truckers are vaccinated, and most didn't agree with the protest. He didn't meet with anyone. We have a prime minister who hides and waits for it to be over every time we have a crisis. The 338 MPs have a collective duty to work together for the common good. In order to do so, something needs to happen. Somebody has to want to talk to us. We shouldn't always have people before us who just want to score political points. It makes no sense, Madam Speaker. You've all seen the images yesterday and today. It wasn't easy work. I salute the police. It's unfortunate that we're at this point. Everybody finds this sad. How could a city be occupied by 23 days? Think of the people of Ottawa, the small business owners. They were abandoned. Being Prime Minister, how can I say this? It's not a plaque you put up on your wall. It's not just another trophy. Look, I did this, I was Prime Minister. Being Prime Minister is a serious duty. It carries a lot of weight. And the Prime Minister needs to rise to the occasion, but we didn't see him for 3 weeks. What happened? Hiding and waiting it out. It's not the first time. It was referenced earlier today. The Wet'suwet'en blockades not too long ago, that was before COVID. The two types of protests have nothing in common. I'm not trying to conflate the two or compare them. But I remember that the blockades started in one place and nothing happened. There was no action. The Prime Minister was in Africa trying to win votes for a seat at the UN he never got. He wasn't taking care of what was happening at home. He was gone for 10 days, and it grew, and it was much harder to manage. We proposed solutions. For example, withdrawing RCMP members and starting negotiations. But what happened? Well, they finally listened to the Bloc's recommendations. But I'm disappointed to say that this time we weren't listened to at all. In the first days, we called for meetings among party leaders. We called for the creation of a crisis unit, a committee to work on this. We needed to have discussions for something to happen. We need to talk to our constituents when they give us a message, when they say they're at the end of their rope after 2 years of restrictions. That's the real situation. That's what happened. My impression, mine, well, I look at this and I say, why not have a protest in the capital before Parliament like this that could lead to division in opposition parties, create some tension that may have worked a bit, and then they'll get sick of it, they'll go home, or we'll take action and we'll look strong. That's a bad judgment call that was made, because waiting, what was the impact? More people came, people dug in, and it sent the message of let's go, we'll shut everything down. And then there were blockades at the Ambassador Bridge, at the border. And then, all of a sudden, what happened? A phone call from the American president, because the Ambassador Bridge, Madam Speaker, is near $400 million in trade every day. The people of Ottawa, well, they can listen to honking for a month. That's not serious. But the bridge where there's trade, I'm not saying it should have been blocked. I'm drawing a parallel between the two situations. And then there's a phone call from the American president. All of a sudden, our poor Prime Minister panicked. He said, well, that's enough. We need to stop this. And then action was taken by police at those places. Without an exceptional law, without the Emergencies Act. That's the major difference, Madam Speaker. There was no need for that law. The same things could have been done in Ottawa. But after 20 days, it's a lot harder to move people out. We've seen that in recent days. It was predictable. It's sad, furthermore. We shouldn't have gotten to that point. People have a right to protest. But it needs to follow the rules. We have a right to protest, but not to occupy a city for a month. People have a right to live in their city. It doesn't make any sense, Madam Speaker. So it was a tricky situation. So how did they save face? How did the government and the Prime Minister save face? They invoked the Act. It's the first time since 1988, Madam Speaker. It was never invoked. And that really bothers me. We know it's not the same act as 1970. I'm not going to conflate the two. But it really bothers me is because the precedent has been set. Oh, it's a difficult political situation. We'll use that. What's going to happen in 5-10 years when another government, perhaps of another stripe, wants to use it? That's the question, and that's why we will be voting against this.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Lac Saint Louis. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleague doesn't seem to understand that governments don't direct police. My question, rather, is, does my colleague agree that what we've experienced, what we've witnessed, is part of a phenomenon that goes beyond mandates for truckers? The organizers of this convoy, well, we met with them 2 years ago. They came here with their trucks to protest against the price on pollution, the carbon tax. Second question, is my colleague aware that the Facebook page of Canada Unity was created 2 years ago? So, does he believe that we are facing a movement that goes beyond the very narrow goal stated by the protest, that they wanted to lift mandates for truckers?
J'ai donné un notice. Il l'a-tu? Député de Berthier-Mascouche.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. I've almost had time to forget the question. I understand very well that the Prime Minister does not direct the police, but I'd give my colleague a question. Does my colleague understand that it would be great to have a leader who unites people? When someone leads a country, you need to talk to people. 2 years ago, that's great, but they could have talked again. Am I aware that this organization, well, yes, we know all of that. And I hope I wasn't misinterpreted in my speech earlier. That wasn't the issue. But how is it that this happened? Well, there was inaction for 23 days.
Là-dessus? Non. Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to ask a question and make a comment, because we often hear from the Liberal Party that the police are not directed by the government. We see the RCMP in the Act. In Section 5, it says that the minister is responsible for managing. It's under the supervision of the minister. That is what the Act states. They can't just say the police does everything, we don't do anything. But the government must direct them, must tell them what the goal is of the public administration. I'd like to hear my Bloc colleague explain how it is that the government is trying to say that it's just the police that needs to do things by magic. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. Yes, I'll draw a parallel again with Quebec City. It wasn't the Premier controlling the police in Quebec City. There was a meeting with the mayor. They talked about how to organize things, what needed to be done. It's about being one step ahead and planning and bringing people together. And what my Conservative colleague mentioned is very relevant. So there's some direction to be given.
Member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I know I haven't been able to be present for 100% of the debate here, but there's something that I have never heard from the Bloc Québécois members, and that's an expression of concern from the people of Gatineau and elsewhere in the Outaouais, many of whom work in Ottawa and have lost jobs because businesses have closed down. Public transit routes have been disrupted. The bridges have been clogged. And so it just seems to me a bit curious that the Bloc Québécois never talks about the people of the Outaouais and the inconveniences and struggles they've faced during the lockdown in Ottawa.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Listen, I don't know. Well, the question isn't very clear. The people of the Bloc don't speak about the people of Outaouais. Well, of course, these people were bothered with the bridges being blocked, but it was the downtown of Ottawa that was occupied, and it's happening before Parliament. So, am I being told that we don't care about Quebec? No, that wouldn't be a good day for that to be said.
Reprise de débat. L'honorable.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, on Friday, I listened to my colleagues for 9 hours. Today, I listened to them all day from 7 a.m., even though last night I went to bed at 3 a.m. to write this speech. I'll be here till midnight. I could not help but notice how much the polarization that I read on social networks has reached this House. I found it difficult to write this speech because anybody who is looking at me knows that I love to write. It's not easy to write when there's so much emotion. It's not easy to write when polarization is so high. Emotions are running high on all sides. I can see that from the heated comments right here in this chamber. It was not easy to write this speech because the application of the Emergencies Act is a historic event that will serve as a guide for its application in the future. It is therefore essential to ensure that its current use does not become commonplace in the future because it was not applied correctly today. Canada has experienced highly dangerous, critical, and urgent situations. My colleagues talked about them. The Oka crisis, the 2020 railway blockades, the Caledonia crisis, the events of 9/11, COVID-19 pandemic, to name but a few. I would like to set the record straight right away. I've never had any sympathy, and I will never have any sympathy for extremists, whether they are on the left or the right. I've never had sympathy for hate speech. I've never had sympathy for threats. I was outraged to see Nazi flags and Confederate flags. I was furious. I will never minimize the threats a person may receive. I've received threats. After a member of this House spoke to the media, a member who gave false information about a certain committee vote.
Yesterday, I responded to hundreds of emails that without exception were calling for us not to apply the Emergencies Act. These weren't merely my constituents, but people from Calgary, Vancouver, Burnaby, Prince George, Toronto, Winnipeg, Montreal, Ottawa. Yes, even from Ottawa. The first to have been touched by this crisis. Quebec, New Brunswick, Nova Scotia. All that was missing was Prince Edward Island, because I even heard from people from Newfoundland. So this Emergencies Act, they're afraid of it, and they have a right to be heard. They have a right to receive answers. Section 3 of this act that they find frightened specifies that the government must demonstrate that a situation is dangerous, urgent, and that it is impossible to deal with it using laws already on the books. However, we do not see this to be the case. Indeed, the enforcement officers had used the tools they have, the criminal code, the highway code. This is what should have been done here as well, the way it's been done elsewhere. Perhaps people will say, well, we couldn't tell it would get this bad. We didn't know it would go this way. Ottawa, yes, was used as an example by others, except that Ottawa did know, and colleagues everywhere in the House have said that as of 2 years, on social media, there are groups that, well, let's use that word, extremist, and they've said that in social media, on the media, there was mention of a 67-kilometer-long convoy. It took a week for it to get here. It would have been possible to organize ahead of time to ensure things wouldn't get out of hand, as they did. And that's the sort of thing you accomplish by coordinating, by working with a team, creating an emergency cell coordinating and having a vision. The Prime Minister also explained in the House and in documents about the motion that he fears that other blockades are heading for other areas due to social media. But the Act must be applied, and that's clearly stated, not based on hypothetical possibilities, but based on real, evident danger. And when enforcement officers are unable to handle the situation based on legislation that they are already authorized by. A reasonable approach would have recognized that the problem is mostly in Ottawa, not elsewhere across the country. Many other events have been mentioned here in this House to convince us that the Emergencies Act is necessary. On the 7th of February, the weapon-filled truck in Peterborough was mentioned, and one of the MPs made a link between that and the demonstration now in Quebec. That was on the 17th of February. However, that trailer that had been stolen was found on the 16th. So this is just throwing things together. It's disinformation. And this event, in any case, couldn't really justify applying the Emergencies Act. There were a number of trucks parked in front of the office of the Prime Minister. They're no longer there, and that was held to be a threat. Well, if it was a threat, why wasn't it moved at the very outset? The Criminal Code is clear on this matter. Section 473(1)(a) specifies that events like this are threats and constitute intimidation. So just using the Criminal Code, it would have been necessary to intervene immediately. And the Highway Code is relevant as well. Much has been made of threats in videos. And I've seen the videos. I can tell you they weren't very much fun to watch, but it's incomprehensible. And the colleague, by the way, has mentioned it earlier, one of our colleagues here, that we know as of 2 years now that there are Facebook groups that exist, and I can't understand why that Facebook group hasn't been shut down already based on the Criminal Code. In the video we saw, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 sections of the Criminal Code that could have been applied and enforced to bring these people to justice, to silence them, because what they were doing was illegal. And that's clearly stated in the Criminal Code. 473(1), 46(2), 51, 59, paragraphs 1 to 3, 63, 1A and B, 72, paragraph 1. There's so many sections of the Criminal Code that would cover the matter of funds coming up from the United States, possibly coming from extremist groups, racist groups. 8303, 84 as well of the Criminal Code apply here. As for banks, freezing assets, 83.11. We have all the tools we need, all the legislative tools, the statutory tools required to manage this crisis before it became a 23-day-long occupation. Basically, all that officers needed beyond what they had was coordination and the ability to call on tow trucks. And even then, the Criminal Code provides for that with a court order or even from the Attorney General. Well, tow truck operators would have been obliged to intervene and to support police officers through this crisis. We need to weigh our words, no matter who we are, MPs, police officers, mayors, or protesters. In a crisis, we have to take the time to balance our emotions with our rational thinking, find a middle way. It's also dangerous to sit back and do nothing. It's dangerous to do too much and take extreme action. Coordination, communicating between the various police bodies wasn't possible without the Emergencies Act. Well, it would have taken planning and leadership. It would have been possible to do that without the Emergencies Act. Arresting people as well. Arresting people who set fires was possible without an Emergencies Act. And I could go on and on. I've got 2 pages of such examples. The police officers had called for help on the 7th and the 11th of February. Leadership, discussion. That would have been needed to deal with this protest and not create a precedent.
Secretary to the Minister of International Trade, Export Promotion, Small Business and Economic Development.
Thank you. Merci beaucoup à la députée pour son.
I thank the MP for her speech. I have a question, and I'll put it in English if you don't mind.
She referenced a number of provisions of the criminal code, and there's one that's come up repeatedly in today's debate, particularly by the official opposition and supported by the Bloc, and that's Section 129 sub 5 of the criminal code. I've actually looked at this, had to think about it. This provision is about an omission, and it's about when somebody fails to assist a peace officer. And what it allows one to do is actually charge that person with an offense. And there's an exclusion in the provision where it talks about whether if that person who's not cooperating with the peace officer has a reasonable excuse. To my mind, and I think to most legal analysts who'd be observing this, I think when somebody receives a death threat, as has been evidenced by an Ottawa tow trucking company who's accused of potentially helping with the towing of a protester's truck, that would constitute a reasonable excuse. And I put to the member opposite that we don't compel people to cooperate with peace officers in other investigations. For example, when someone witnesses a gang shooting or a mafia-related incident, we don't arrest those individuals. We come up with other means to ensure their participation. And that is what...
Trying to give the honourable member a signal because there are other people that want to ask questions. So I'll ask the Honourable Député de Beauport-Limoilou.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. My question, well, yes, some of the tow truck operators were afraid. Thus, I mentioned discussions and working together with the police officers. They needed to work together as they have in the last few days, including with the help of the RCMP, as we have seen from Toronto and other cities. Working together from the outset, we would have avoided a good deal of this. I can understand that people were afraid, of course. Death threats, I've had them, no fun.
Part for Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for her remarks. I think she made a number of very important points. Number one, that there are other legal tools that in place that the government doesn't need to bring in the Emergencies Act every time there is a need for law enforcement action. The Emergencies Act hasn't been used since 1988, and obviously there have been blockades, standoffs, occupations, as well as very violent situations, terrorist attacks this country has faced in the intervening years, and yet this is the first time that the Emergencies Act has been used. I think the member also correctly talked about how the Prime Minister could have sought to diffuse the situation. I note the dramatic difference in the rhetoric being used today, the demonization of those with different points of view, compared to what the Prime Minister said 2 years ago about another set of blockades, saying that it was important to talk to people and listen and try to come to an understanding. And this looks like the Prime Minister is using a hammer on those who have a different political perspective than he does, and a hammer that is uniquely reserved for those with those kinds of perspectives. I wonder if the member could comment on that.
L'honorable député de Beauport-Limoilou.
Honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I always try not to overlay too much at once and confuse matters. I think that in the situation we've been living in, there would have been other situations. There are other situations than using the possible other ways of solving the situation than calling on the Emergencies Act. But inaction surely didn't help, and that was not a good approach.
Lady Smith.
Merci, Madame Présidente, et merci à ma...
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague. I've heard other members of the Bloc Québécois state that this is not an emergency. I disagree. When occupants hold hostage the residents of Ottawa who are afraid of leaving their homes weeks at a time, this is an emergency situation. Will my colleague agree that we are in a public order emergency and that we need to take action now to ensure that it is taken to be such? A brief response, Honourable Member Beauport Limoilou. As I said in my speech, I listened to yesterday's speeches as well as today's, and several times people have agreed that there is an emergency, there's a crisis, but what we don't agree with about the Emergencies Act is that this is not a national emergency. It's a targeted emergency. Resuming debate, Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Minister of Veterans Affairs and the Minister associated with the National Defence. You will need to turn on your microphone for us to be able to hear you. I'm very sorry, Madam Speaker. Normally in the House I don't need a microphone but to be heard, but here out in Nova Scotia, yes, indeed, I need a microphone.
To speak on this historic debate, the declaration of emergency, of course, and I want to begin by saying that it's been 2 long years with COVID and the pandemic and Omicron. It's been difficult, and it's shaped our lives, if you want, the last 2 years. It's taken a toll on the work, the time, and how we talk to people, how we meet people. It's been very challenging, and I want to say that out front. And I want to thank Canadians, and I want to thank Nova Scotians for their work and their contribution. On March 13th, of course, the day we returned home from Parliament 2020, and when the world seemed to have changed overnight, let's be honest, over 3 million Canadians lost their jobs in a very short period of time. We knew as a government we had to respond quickly. But first and foremost, this was a pandemic. This was a health issue. And we wanted and we would work closely with the experts in public health. And when it came to our government, we would cut the red tape. We'd create programs in record time. We'd work together across party lines and we'd help Canadians. And that was the objective from day one. Our government, we made promises that we'd be there for Canadians. We'd have their backs, and we did, and we will continue to do so until this is over. It's been successful as far as programs and helping Canadians with the wage subsidy, the rent subsidy. And when it came to getting tests and PPEs and gowns and gloves, we were quick to produce those. We even asked our own businesses to help us produce those products, which they did. And I want to thank them for that. When it came to the vaccines, we were quick to procure those, and we had them in the hands of people much faster, in the arms, I should say, and than anticipated. And when the provinces needed help for healthcare and education, we were very quick to respond again, investing over $19 billion for a Safe Restart Agreement and as well the Safe Return to Class Fund. The federal government invested $8 out of $10 invested towards the pandemic. Canadians helped us a lot as well. They followed the guidelines, the health guidelines. They stayed at home. They came together to help each other. They took their vaccines when they were able to. We are the highest rates of vaccination in the world. Thank you to Canadians. And I know it's been 2 long years and everyone is tired with COVID, the sacrifices they've made. Of course, their lives were put on hold. And we all want to see, of course, COVID in the rearview mirror. And we know that it's had a negative and significant impact on our health, economic health, social health, mental health. It's been very tough. And that is why it's important that we start looking at the restrictions. But let's keep in mind, most of those restrictions were put in place by provincial government. And why? For good reasons. They were dictated by the capacity, if you want, on the ground. The challenge in hospital beds, healthcare workers, frontline and staff. I could go on. And we noticed that we need to continue to invest and support provinces in healthcare and in other areas as well. But I'm optimistic that we will soon see changes as we move forward, as we see more capacity in the hospital with time. we've already seen easing of some restrictions, of course. The travel restriction now, non-essential travel. Next month, we'll be able to travel if so in need or so wish to do so. We'll see removing quarantines if you want, waiting while you're waiting for your results. But we will continue to be guided by data, circumstances on the ground. I refuse to let all that hard work go to waste. We just can't drop the ball at the 5-yard line. Now, Madam Speaker, the protest the last 3 weeks has been very difficult. We've witnessed the blockade associated to the convoy. And I'm a great believer in the right to protest and respecting, of course, our rights under the Charter and freedom. But this is not a peaceful protest. It's an occupation. It's controlled by individuals that want to overthrow an elected government. Peaceful protest is not associated with symbols of hate and violence, or bullying and harassment frontline workers, or holding our city and infrastructure hostage, showing disrespect for our monuments, our memorials. I mean, I watched a video of an individual dancing in the tomb of the unknown soldier. Very, very difficult to watch, the disrespect. And we were quick to put up fences to protect the monument from occupiers. And then again, I had to watch, like many Canadians, a mob of people tear down the fencing. I want to share with you a tweet from the Legion. The National War Memorial is a site of collective remembrance and must be treated with respect. The removal of protective barricades and the reported inaction by those charged with safeguarding our memorials is deeply disturbing. Those who sacrifice for our freedom deserves better. These actions, Madam Speaker, does not reflect Canadian values. I reject the notion that this represents the will of the Canadian people. And the more we learn about this occupation, the more disturbing elements we can find. Foreign actors are influencing and fueling events on the ground. 55% of the donors are American. 6% are from other countries. 39% are Canadians. Another very important fact, Madam Speaker, 1,100 Americans that donated to the insurrection in the U.S. on January 6th, 1,100 of those Americans, also the same 1,100, donated to the Canadian convoy occupation in Canada. My friends, this is not about truckers. I also want to share with you a joint statement by the unions. Canada's unions have fought for generations for the right to protest. This is the cornerstone to our democratic system. But what we have witnessed on the streets of Canada's capital over the past 13 days is something different altogether. This is not a protest. This is an occupation by an angry mob trying to disguise itself as a peaceful protest. And they go on to say that it's time for all levels of government to work together to help the people affected and put an end to this occupation of our nation's capital. Evoking the Emergency Act, it is necessary. 4 weeks, illegal disruption, harming our economy, endangering public safety. The people in Ottawa suffered for 23 days and continue. We needed to supplement provinces and territories with the authorities to address this challenge. But before launching into what the Emergency Act will do, I want to talk about what it will not do. It will not take away the right to protest. It will not limit your rights under the Charter. It does not limit your freedom of speech. There's no military involved. It's a reinforcing the principles, the values of our institutions. It keeps Canada free. Madam Speaker, It is not the War Measures Act. It is much different. But the threats to our security of Canada is real. This group wanted to overthrow these leaders, the Democratic government. Foreign money influencing what's happening on the ground. Track and block foreign money, creating negative impact to our economy, our democracy. It will give the provinces, territories the authorities. It creates new authorities, regulate crowds, prohibits blockades, and keeps essential corridors open. And finally, it will mobilize essential services like tow trucks, which we didn't have access to for a long time. And let me share with everyone, there's INCAC inside this act. There's all kinds of declarations, if you want, or clear, let me say, oversights, I guess is what I would like to say, in this act. It tables in Parliament within 7 days. We have the debate that we're having tonight, which is so important. We have a parliamentary committee that will provide oversight while emergencies are in effect. It will last 30 days or less. It can be revoked. And what I find very interesting, Madam Speaker, it triggers automatic inquiry. This will allow us to look back at all decisions. And I want to conclude, Madam Speaker, by sharing with you some of the key things the acting chief of police, Steve Bell, and the mayor has said. That the Emergency Act was very important for us to do our job. All three levels of authorities were needed to deliver what we're doing today. We know we have to now solve this as quickly as possible, and this will allow us to do so. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Young member for Brantford Brant.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my friend for his intervention. Will this member speak on behalf of the Prime Minister and condemn what's happening in the BC interior, where 20 masked men armed with machetes and axes attacked a group of pipeline workers, causing millions of dollars of damage? Is he prepared on behalf of the Liberal government to condemn that type of activity?
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
Well, Madam Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for his question, but we are focused on the issue today, which is the Emergency Act. And I want to remind my colleague that it is the Conservative Party. I was listening earlier to the member from Saint-Laurent, Louis Saint-Laurent, who said that, the leader, the interim leader, is now saying that, the truckers should leave. That's not what she said for the first 2.5 weeks. She even wrote to the opposition leader of the day to tell him that it's a Trudeau problem. Let's go talk to them. And a number of conservatives as well, taking pictures and saying out loud and supporting this group. That's unacceptable. So he should focus on what's at hand today. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Earlier, the member for Lac Saint-Louis told us that we in the opposition don't seem to understand anything and that the government doesn't control the police. As if there were nothing between controlling the police on the one hand and on the other deciding to ram through the Emergency Act. How is it that the Ottawa Chief of Police asked for 1,800 additional officers? How is it that ultimately no one seems to understand anything except for the Liberals? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. I always find it interesting to debate with him. But I think that his party really needs to look in the mirror. They often say that they know the truth. But I would remind him that a great majority of Quebecers are in favor of our application of the Emergencies Act. That's something he should recall. This is the time to act. And we are acting. And we would appreciate his party support.
Member for Skeena Balclay Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for his remarks. I've asked this question of others in this House, but I wanted to convey to him the comments that I've received from many constituents who have noted the stark contrast between the way in which the Ottawa Police responded to the convoy and the occupation and the way in which Indigenous people in Northwest BC and across Canada are treated by police when they're protesting. I wonder if the honourable member could comment on whether he shares our concern at that contrast and whether he would support an independent public inquiry that would look into the way in which policing has been done over the past number of weeks in this situation.
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
Well, I want to thank my colleague for his question. First, I'd like to say that I think there's a lot of people in Ottawa and across the country that are very disappointed with the way things unfolded with the police here locally. It took way too much time, and if they had asked for the tools earlier, we could have provided more tools, I suspect. But the good thing about this Emergency Act is it's embedded that there is an automatic inquiry. So this will allow us to reflect on what's transpired and how we can continue to do the work that needs to be done as parliamentarians. Thank you.
And comments? The member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To my honourable friend from Sackville, Preston Cheticuk, I noted he talked about foreign interference as though we were just talking about the flow of money in donations to the so-called Freedom Convoy. I wonder if he's turned his attention to foreign interference in the form of disinformation, largely emanating from Russian websites, social media activity, as well as that emanating from the U.S. Republican Party. Thank you.
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
I thank my colleague for her important question, and I don't believe there's good people on both sides, like the Conservative and Trump, that's for sure. The flooding of 9/11 calls, most of them coming from the United States. As I said in my speech, 1,100 people who contributed to the insurrection in the U.S. contributed to this convoy. That tells you that there's a lot of involvement by a lot of right-wing people in this country. Thank you, and in the States.
And comments, the member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. You know, there seems to be two conflicting views. One is that the convoy was all about vaccine mandates and personal freedoms, but on the other hand, if you listen to the leaders, it sounded like an insurrection, that they were coming with the intent of overthrowing the democratically elected government. Now, the supporters of the protest, including the Conservatives, have either been naively blind to the fact that they were gamed by the true leaders of this, or they're willfully blind to the evidence that these leaders have presented. What are your thoughts on that?
I'm not going to tell you what my thoughts are, but I'll let the parliamentary secretary do that.
I thank my colleague for his important question. Vaccination, like I said, I'm so proud of Canadians. We have over 80% double vaccinated, and that's very important. And some of them are very tired that have been vaccinated as well. And, I understand that people would like to get their life back. But an organization that their main objective is to overthrow the government, that is unacceptable. And to see, there's no question that in my opinion, the Conservatives were. I mean, if you look at the interim leader's comments before she was interim leader, telling her leader to talk to these people, take pictures with these people, and let this look like it's a Trudeau issue. That's unacceptable. That's political game. That's all.
Parliamentary secretary can't use the last name or first name of the Prime Minister. I have another question here. The member for St. Albert Edmonton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my friend, the Parliamentary Secretary. This
legislation, the Emergencies Act, has been on the books for 34 years, and it has never been invoked. The honourable member gave a 20-minute speech, but not once did he talk about the legal threshold that must be satisfied, namely that the emergency is a situation that seriously threatens the ability of the Government of Canada to preserve the sovereignty, security, and territorial integrity of Canada. Does he honestly believe that the situation in Ottawa met that threshold?
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
Well, it's an easy question because anyone that has their main objective to overthrow a democratic government right by itself, sovereignty is in question. And the people in Ottawa that were afraid to leave their homes, that is another very strong indicator. And if the economy, our Canadian economy, is in trouble, that is a good indicator as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Madam Speaker.
Le temps pour une brève question, l'honorable député de Berthier.
The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé, a quick question. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, the parliamentary secretary earlier referred to a poll. When it comes to the 72% of people polled who said they were in favor, doesn't he believe that they were actually in favor of the end of these protests because they felt that this government's inaction had been dragging on for too long? I think that's what was happening. I'd like to get his opinion. The honourable parliamentary secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. I understand Quebecers' hesitation after what they went through in 1970. But it's quite clear to me, as our colleague mentioned earlier, that people in Gatineau and Ottawa, and in the Outaouais region rather, they also have suffered. And it's quite clear to me that this legislation is here for the governments who want and need to use it for a short period of time.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
And thank you very much to anyone who is watching now at 11:15. We have been on this debate since 7 a.m. this morning, and I can tell you from participating in the debate and since listening in since 7 o'clock, I've heard a whole bunch of stories, some facts, some non-facts. We've heard a lot of things. But really the fact today is my mother's birthday. And to my mom, I like to say happy 81st birthday. I'm sure you love when I share your age with everybody. But you know, this is why I'm here. I am here because of my family. I am here because of the families and the people from across Canada. And I will speak about the reasonable people that I also represent. I did look earlier at Twitter. You know, my husband told me weeks ago, get off Twitter. It never lets you sleep. So to any of the members, to anybody out there, get off Twitter. If you want nightmares, just read Twitter. But I did find one today, and this was from Aaron Waldrick. So if anyone's been watching the Canadian Taxpayers Federation, he's a person that I follow when we're talking about what is happening in this economy. But today he actually talked about what is happening in the House of Commons. And he indicated, when I say I'm sympathetic to the goal of ending mandates, I get called an apologist for Nazis and insurrectionists. When I say that in spite of the sympathy I support the rule of law, I get called a globalist, totalitarian, libtard. So I apologize for any of that inappropriate language, but the fact is, no one is finding a side on this debate to land where you can't look at the other person and say, well, you've got a good point. And the fact is, I think many of my colleagues today have made good points. Now, some of them I absolutely disagree with, but I do believe that they have the right to their opinion, whether they're right or wrong. And that's the fact. I have been down here throughout this period of time. And I think the biggest thing that I have found, and even trying to prepare my speech today, is we can't say anything right, we can't say anything wrong without somebody just jumping on us. Every single parliamentarian here, every single politician, or any leaders, every single time we say something, there is going to be somebody that's going to smack you down. It was interesting because prior to the people coming here, prior to the protesters coming here, on January 31st, I had done an interview 5 days before with our local radio station. So back in, I guess it would have probably been January 23rd. So that was a month ago when we started talking about what this might look like. And I said, I support the truckers' convoy. I support the right to protest. But we cannot question, or we cannot question the fact that there are characters out there and actors that are not going to behave. We all know that. I don't think anyone has seen a protest that has a large group of people where there hasn't been one small infraction. We do know, though, that we have talked about what do these infractions look like. Being from Elgin Middlesex, London, I can tell you the last 2 years have been very, very difficult. And it's been difficult for everybody, regardless of where you're living. But we have seen this type of stuff happening in my riding since 2020. And I even think about things that happened in 2021 where the Prime Minister had the gravel thrown at him by one of the protesters. We all agreed that that was wrong. We all agreed that that was wrong. But he was absolutely apprehended and taken in, and that's what was done. This same protester, though, was on our streets just a few days ago. I know him personally. What do I say about this protester? I say to him, and if he was listening today, which I don't think he is because I believe he's right now in holdup, you got to step back and you got to listen. You've got to be part of the conversation. And that is what I'd like to say to those protesters that are going past that next step. If you want change, you've got to be part of the change. And so it's not always about getting exactly what you want. And that is the exact same that I'd have to say to this government. This is about a place of where we have to find balance. We have listened to people. I have been called a racist, a misogynist, all of these wonderful names. And when I called one of the members of the NDP out for that, she just doubled down. That is not democracy. That is not the way we should be talking to other people. And the fact is, we're sitting there talking about what these vile people are saying outside. Yet the same members of parliament who are complaining about them are saying the exact same things inside this chamber today. They are calling us racist. They are calling us Nazis. And the fact is, we are not going to get anywhere until we stop bullying one another and calling one another's names. I think that is the bottom line to this, that no one planned to find a plan. I heard one of the guys, and I'm looking at this member, not for too long, but this member that I really do actually have great respect for. And today I watched him open his arms and saying, you thought the motion for saying that we had a plan was going to fix everything. No, it wasn't going to fix everything, but it was going to give a plan. It was going to give hope. The fact is, I saw an entire bench of members of parliament of the government get whipped. Instead of representing their people and saying, you know something? My neighbor Johnny called me, and Johnny is tired. His son is tired. His son has missed 2 years of school. And you know, my sister, she's a mother. Sorry, I'm losing my head. Something about being 20 after 11, but she's a single parent. She teaches kindergarten. She has her own children. We are forgetting about those people when we're in these discussions. We are forgetting that people are tired and that people do want hope. I recognize that this is a critical mass. I recognize that with healthcare measures that we have to make sure that they are measures. So I'm asking of this government, show us the metrics, show us the measurements, give us some idea of what the long game looks like, because everybody is tired. And so on last Monday when we asked that question and we were denied that, the fact is, people were just looking for answers. People are looking for solutions. And that is where I am here today. And I know that half of the members of parliament in this place today are looking for the exact same thing. Unfortunately, I'm saying only half, because I've listened to some of this crap that's been said to us today. And I'll be honest, I'm ashamed of listening to some of this rhetoric. How can we expect people to be better? I listened to a member of parliament from Pickering wanting to read out a horrible email that she got because it was so visceral. Well, welcome to politics, because we always get those. And you know something, I have had people tell me to grow a thick skin. I don't believe in having to grow a thick skin when you're in politics. It's about being a good person, for goodness sake. And so when somebody starts reading something into the record to say, well, look how badly I was treated, hey, we're not trying to say, look at me. We're trying to say, let's pour on the gas. This is all the stuff that I've been called. I'm concerned about where we're going. I'm concerned because I've been standing up for the rights of people. I am triple vaccinated. I am proud of it. But I've been standing up for people in my riding, like a young woman I know who's 50 years of age, that when she was young, she did have an interaction to a vaccination. She is scared of having another vaccination. I know her very, very well. She is scared of getting sick and missed Christmas with her family because there was somebody that was sick. and she didn't want to make others sick. That is called personal responsibility. And I think that if we granted personal responsibility back to Canadians, they may just do it. I look at my mom who's 81 today. I look at my mom. Thank you, I love her. I think of my mom, and I think of the fact that when I come home from Ottawa, I've been sitting in an airport around hundreds of people. I've been on an airplane around hundreds of people. And so I take the first step, and I choose not to go see my mom because she is vulnerable. And that is what Canadians do when they are given the sense of that responsibility. We're losing that right now. We're losing this. The government has to tell us, don't go see your mom. No, I'm pretty sure that this 50-year-old knows when it's right and wrong to go see her mother. But we're being told by the government that this is the case. Madam Speaker, how long do I have?
1:30.
Holy cow, I can talk forever. But I'm gonna just end this with a simple story. Sorry to my husband out there. I like to walk the streets of Ottawa. I don't mind walking them by myself. I won't walk the streets of parts of my riding by myself, but when I'm in Ottawa, I feel safe. My first week, when I was here, I dressed up every day, so I just looked like everybody else. You wouldn't find me in things, well, I never look too great, let's not kid ourselves, but you're never gonna find me all dressed up. But I wanted to look like everybody else because I was scared. I was worried about walking. I was worried. Last week, I started dressing normally. Hello, everybody, hello, and being back to being Karen. So yesterday, when I stopped and spoke to a guy who was in front of my apartment building, we talked for a few minutes. I finally said to him, so, where are you from? He said, from a little place outside of London. I said, oh, I'm from London. Where? He goes, I'm from Fingal. Fingal. Fingal is where my brother plows the roads. Fingal is where my son has gone to see his friends. We have to remember there's a whole bunch of regular people out there, and we have to stop pushing them. We've got to find solutions, and we've got to do it now. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Member for her thoughts. It seems to be the Conservative position that because there are regular people out there, that we got to stop pushing them. Her colleague from Grand Prix, Mackenzie, gave a very emotional speech about regular people and how badly they were feeling, and the name calling that's gone on, and the social marginalization, et cetera, et cetera. And indeed, some members of this House may well be responsible for those names and name calling, et cetera, et cetera. One would wish that political discourse was a little more mature than that, but it is what it is. However, there seems to be a very strange leap in logic from calling people names to supporting sedition, blockades, and all of the police activities that have been required in order to just clear our streets.
The Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I think we've just proven it that we can actually have conversations, because I just heard a question from the member without being called any names. So thank you to that member. But I think the fact is that what he's referring to when we're looking at this, there is nobody here saying that we're approving the blockades, but we have been incited that we have. When I say that there are regular people out there, I have never said that everybody's regular, but I am saying that the majority of people that are out there protesting, or that were out there protesting before these new measures came in, were just absolutely normal people. There are always going to be those people, and it doesn't matter what kind of protest that you're at, you are always going to find those individuals. And that is something that I'm very concerned of. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I really appreciated the speech by my colleague, because it was measured between people who commit reprehensible actions and those who don't. Regarding reprehensible actions and the fact that we've seen them for a certain time, we know who's committing them, what would her opinion be for the measures that we should take?
Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you very much. And you know, exactly what she's asked. I think one of the biggest questions I had today was how was I going to write my speech with just pointing my finger at blaming and blaming and blaming? Because it's really easy to blame people in this situation. We know things should have been done 23 days ago, and we know that the intel was there over 30 days ago, that there was this information. Honestly, I spoke to a person that I have great respect for today. The police are doing a job not because it's violence out there and it's criminal activity. They're doing a job because we're in a political crisis right now, Madam Speaker, and that is the job that they're doing. We have angry Canadians out there, and we're in a political crisis because of the leadership. What would I do? I would start being a leader, and that's what I would expect from this government. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you. I'd like to start by wishing my honourable colleague's mother a very happy birthday, and I want to thank her for what I consider a measured speech. I must say I've always respected the tone that she brings to this House and the reasonableness and decorum that she shows. So I want to thank her for that. I want to shift gears a bit. About a week before the Opposition Day motion calling for an end to a plan to end mandates, I gave a speech in the House that talked about the unfortunate polarity in our country between pro-vax and anti-vax, and how I really thought that 2 years into this pandemic, that really doesn't work anymore. And there's a lot of Canadians that have legitimate questions about this. And I think that rather than end mandates, we should question every single public policy that we have right now, and based on the data and science, and determine whether or not it's valid or not, and make changes if possible. Does she agree with me in that, and think that that's something that we should really be looking for as a country going forward?
Answer from the member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Well, it's easy to say. I absolutely agree with him. This is what we should be doing. We should be working together and looking at solutions. And I will sit down with that member any day and being part of representing our caucus and everybody else to move forward. I know that there's members on all sides that want to just see peace in this country again. It should not be about your beliefs. It should not be about being vaccinated and unvaccinated. That's not where we should be doing. We should be worrying about the safety of all Canadians and the security of this country, not as this government has created. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary Confederation.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And here we are this evening debating the invoking of the Emergencies Act. It definitely is something that I thought we wouldn't be debating, just 3 weeks ago. Like all Canadians, I expected proper leadership. It would rise up and deal with this situation long ago. And of course, that did not happen with this Liberal government and this Prime Minister. Instead, we stand here, or in my case, sit here, debating this matter because of this gross lack of leadership. Instead of leadership that brought us closer together, closer to the solution, we have a Prime Minister that focused on inflaming the situation with reckless name-calling, provocation, division, smearing, and dismissive attitude. Before I get into my comment on the act, my comments, I want to make it clear that I strongly support the rights of all Canadians to peacefully and lawfully protest. I have never and will never support the law breaking in the name of protesting. Our society rests on the rule of law, and it must always be this way. There are plenty of ways to lawfully and effectively protest. I also believe protests are about having your message heard, not destroying our economy and the lives of your fellow citizens while doing so. One only needs to look at the debates in this House, the media coverage, the social media, and the like, to see that their message was heard long ago. And so now it is time for the protesters to go home. And it looks like that they have gone. Madam Speaker, I haven't looked outside recently. I guess we'll see what happens in the next few days. However, we must remember that if people feel that they are not heard, they will not listen. It's as simple as that. Protests are about being heard, not necessarily getting their way. Governments have a responsibility to listen to protesters, but no obligation to concede to their demands. Like any debate, including those in this House, we have the right to be heard, but not a right to get our desired result. So Canadians are justifiably concerned about the implementation of this Emergency Act and how it will affect them. A lack of details about this legislation, its implementation, and how it will be used is causing great angst for many, and understandably so. Like almost everything since the beginning of this pandemic, a lack of coherent long-term plan from this Liberal government has resulted in Canadians living with an unacceptable level of uncertainty. It is hurting our economy, and more importantly, it is hurting our mental health. This is not the first protest in Canada, and it won't be the last. Canadians have always cherished the right to protest peacefully. Unfortunately, not all protests start or end peacefully, and we may have many, many laws on the books to deal with these situations. One way or another, police have found a way to end these protests with the tools already available to them. Even now, as we debate the use of this Emergency Act, the Liberal government has still failed to explain why existing laws are not sufficient to deal with this situation. The Emergency Act is an important and necessary legislative tool to have on the books. However, it is only meant to be used when existing legislation is insufficient to get the job done. This subject, Madam Speaker, has generated significant mail to my offices, and I'm sure to all my colleagues' offices as well. And I would like to share some of them with you, as I think it is important that my constituents are heard in their own words. Leanne, she said in a letter to the Prime Minister, and she copied it to me, she said, while I can understand your frustration with some of the actions of the Freedom Convoy protests, your actions go much too far. And Joe in my riding, said in a letter to the Prime Minister, copied to me, even if you truly believe that these measures are justified now, have you considered what kind of precedent you're setting? When protesters are burning churches and committing other hate crimes last summer, would you have supported a call to freeze the bank accounts of Indigenous activists? What will you say if a future federal government bans crowdfunding by Black Lives Matter protesters? Do you really want to be remembered as a Prime Minister who made it normal for Canadian governments to take these actions against any protest movement that they disagree with? Canada must remain a country where people of all viewpoints can protest freely, regardless of whether the people currently in power happen to agree with them. Step back, Prime Minister, you've gone too far. That was Joe. And Lorne, he said, I do not believe the Prime Minister when he states that this will be a measured and time-limited response. This is the foot in the door to allow him or any standing government to overstep their authority in order to control Canadian citizens. And Nick, he said, there is no need to escalate what is currently a civil, peaceful, legal protest, albeit with vehicles illegally parked and ticketed, causing disruption to traffic, daily life, and commerce in a small area. There is a practical political solution. I say, do not ratify the imposition of the Emergencies Act. And as Bull pointed out, Section 3 of the Emergencies Act spells out the circumstances on which it may be invoked. And these are a national emergency that seriously endangers the life, health, or safety of Canadians and is of such proportions or nature as to exceed the capacity or authority of a province to deal with it. Or B, a national emergency that seriously threatens the ability of the Government of Canada to preserve the sovereignty, the security, and the territorial integrity of Canada. Neither of these conditions are met. By invoking the Federal Emergencies Act in the complete absence of any reasonable justification, the Prime Minister is setting a dangerous precedent that threatens the rights of Canadians to peacefully assemble and associate or protest. Madam Speaker, I could go on for hours, literally, with the hundreds and hundreds of letters that I've received. and I've read them all. And I have only had one single letter, just one single letter that supports the Liberal government's intentions. Remarkably, the Prime Minister and the Liberal government have united Canadians on this one issue. Do not use the Emergency Act like this. Do not use it now. I am deeply concerned, Madam Speaker, that using this legislation will normalize its use every time we have a few hundred protesters. This poses a direct threat to all Canadians in the future when a government uses a hammer to deal with a fly. Once we cross this line and use the Emergencies Act, it will make it politically easier for any future government to do the same. And I truly expect we'll see this used again by this very government. Will it be used and abused against Indigenous protests in the future? Will it be used and abused again against environmental protesters in the future? Will it be used and abused again those protecting religious issues, immigration issues, race issues, global issues, taxation, you name it? You bet it will. No matter where you sit on the political spectrum or where you sit on an issue, you ought to be united in your concern to protect your right to lawfully protest, your right to be heard. Canadians cannot afford to build and entrench measures that silence Canadians when democratic governments around the world should be striving to do a better job of listening to their citizens. Governments often limit activities over time, but rarely do they go the opposite way. If you lose something to the state today, you'll likely not get it back anytime soon. So, Madam Speaker, I have listened. I have heard my constituents, and I certainly will not be voting for the use of the Emergencies Act at this time. And to my colleagues in the NDP caucus, I will let you know that I've had many NDP supporters in my riding that have written to me in dismay at their party in supporting this legislation. They realize the dangerous precedent this would set, and they are deeply concerned if this passes. They are concerned it will
Actually, the honourable member's time is up. I'm sure he'll be able to add during questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Lac-Saint-Louis.
The honourable deputy for Lac-Saint-Louis.
Remember when he read, in one of the letters he read from one of his constituents, the letter implied very strongly that what we saw for the last 3 weeks in the streets of Ottawa was legitimate protest. And the leaders of the protest have contended that they were just exercising their charter rights. Does the member agree that this was an illegal protest, which was what prompted the police action? And why is the official opposition not more critical of the leadership of this illegal protest?
The honourable member Calgary Confederation.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I just want to continue my comments here before I quickly answer his question. First of all, to my NDP colleagues, my constituents are concerned that it will be dangerous precedent this would set, and they are really not impressed at all. While many of these NDP supporters in my riding have made it very clear in the past to me that they don't support the policies of my party on this matter, they are very appreciative of our responsible and principled decision. And so I'm asking, will the NDP colleagues in this House do the same? Regarding the question, the honourable member, thank you for the question. While I can understand your frustration with some of the actions of this Freedom Convoy protest, your actions go much too far with this Emergency Act. Freezing of bank accounts of anyone who participates in this protest and canceling their insurance, even if that person is completely non-violent and without a court or court order, no less, is fundamentally incompatible with the liberal democratic values that Canada is supposed to stand.
I'm sorry, I have a point of order. The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Louis.
The honourable member has completely ignored my question.
I'm sorry, that's not a point of order. That would be a point of debate, and I do want to remind the member that he's to address questions and comments through the chair and not directly to the members. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. We hear a good deal from the Liberals that they want to help, they're proactive, and so on. I would like to have the colleague comment on the fact that the Ottawa Police Force had requested 1,800 more agents and received from the RCMP only 275, of which only 20 were sent to help with the protest. Wouldn't that have been the right way to support the city?
You know, Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for the question. Through you, of course, Madam Speaker. You know, the question, it absolutely is good points to these questions, and I thank him for these points. The bottom line is, Madam Speaker, is that the current thresholds of this Emergency Act has not been met in this current situation, and the member does know that, I would hope. And that is the message that I'm leaving here to all these members in this House, that I clearly object to the motion and confirm a declaration of the emergency. We must use prudence and tolerance over power and force.
Question, the honourable member for Esquimalt, Saanich-Sooke.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I very much appreciated the honourable member expressing clearly he did not support illegal activities. But I wonder how he can gloss over the very frequent intimidation of businesses in Ottawa who are attempting to enforce mask mandates, or how he can endorse incidents like where one of my staff members was prevented from joining the train to go home until he removed his mask. This was not, by and large, a peaceful protest in downtown Ottawa. And how is he able to ignore the intimidation that resulted in the closure of over half the businesses in downtown Ottawa?
Brief answer from the member for Calgary Confederation.
Well, thank you to the honourable member. And absolutely, I don't endorse any of those actions. But let me summarize pretty much what a constituent of mine has seen throughout this whole process. Her name is Kirsten. And she had said, a group of Canadian citizens has a case that they want to bring up with their Prime Minister, but he won't listen to them because they disagree with him. So they decide to bring the message personally to him, and they are cheered along their way by other citizens. They come to Ottawa, but he still won't hear their case. He lets them wait for a couple of weeks, at which point the neighborhood where they are waiting gets irritated and they want him out. And perhaps because of some of the experiences that they have experienced as
Sorry, we do have a point of order here. L'honorable député de Beauport-Limoilou.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Someone had a microphone that was open, or perhaps it was clothing, scratching on a microphone, which is preventing the interpreters from doing their work. And of course, that must be very difficult for them to hear that at this hour. I will also request, there do seem to be a few people speaking in the background just behind me, so I hope that they can be told to step away to speak elsewhere.
Up anyhow. So question, resuming debate, the honourable member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Madam Speaker, I guess the political left doesn't want to defund the police anymore. Speaker, this summer I was at a friend's party and I met a young couple who were in the process of making dramatic last-minute changes to their wedding plans. This couple had been planning to get married in the beautiful century-old Catholic church that was the heart and soul of the community of Morinville, Alberta. It was the church in which she had grown up. And yet this church had been burned to the ground a few weeks before in a likely act of arson, protest, and terror. Morinville is about a 45-minute drive from where I live. And on the morning after that fire, I had driven out to see the situation. When I got there, the fire was still burning. While I watched, local fire crews had to do the painful work of knocking down parts of the structure in order to preserve public safety and avoid the risk of further spread. In addition to the threat of a burning building, there was also a gas line under the church and apartments nearby. So although no one was hurt in this attack, the additional risk of an explosion to human life was very, very significant. This violent and dangerous act in Morinville was not an isolated incident. In the summer of last year, acts of arson destroyed more than a dozen churches of various denominations, with innumerable other acts of vandalism or attempted violence happening as well. The Prime Minister answered a question from media about what happened in Morinville, but did not proactively issue a single statement about this wild rampage of destruction in Western Canada. The Prime Minister's close friend and former advisor, Jerry Butts, called these acts understandable. Now, 2 days ago, there was an extremely violent attack on a Coastal GasLink pipeline worksite in BC. The responding RCMP officers were blocked from entering this road by spiked boards, downed and tarred stumps, and trees lit on fire, and then had smoke bombs and flaming sticks thrown at them. Meanwhile, additional violent protesters broke into the worksite armed with axes and flare guns. These protesters toppled heavy machinery, cut fuel lines, and smashed and set site vehicles on fire, with the workers still inside. About this incident, the public safety minister said, quote, "I am deeply concerned to hear reports of violent confrontations at a work site." Now, to this minister, respectfully, this wasn't a matter of violent confrontations. This was a premeditated, violent attack on working people who were just trying to do their jobs. So what is the climate in which such acts of violence against places of worship and against energy workers has come to take place here in Canada? The much venerated David Suzuki has said that pipelines will be blown up. The current sitting Minister of the Environment in this Liberal government once attacked the home of Alberta's then Premier Ralph Klein. He climbed on the roof of their private home as part of an activist stunt, apparently terrifying the Premier's wife, who was home alone at the time. Other members of this House, including the former leader of the Green Party, the former NDP MP who is now the Mayor of Vancouver, have been arrested for more benign acts of law-breaking. Now, Madam Speaker, I believe in the rule of law. The rule of law means that everyone is equally bound by law and protected by law, whether they are sitting in a protest camp on Wellington Street or sitting in the federal cabinet, whether they drive a truck to work or work in the federal public service, whether they belong to a populist pro-Trump movement or a democratic socialist climate alarmist movement. Such people have an obligation to follow the law and also have a right to protection by it. When the law is selectively applied to penalize people based on their political views, that is, by definition, a violation of the rule of law. So while calling out illegal blockades of critical infrastructure and other forms of law-breaking by protesters, we must also acknowledge that the rule of law is being threatened by a government that is woefully inconsistent in the way that they treat protesters, and that inconsistency is based on the political preferences and the biases of the people in power. And this brings the law into disrepute. At the heart of the idea of the rule of law is a contract. I will follow the law, and I will have the protection of law. When people are told to follow the law, but don't have the fair and equal protection of law, then we are no longer speaking of rule of law, but of rule by law. Rule of law is where the law rules. Rule by law is where laws are used by powerful people to dominate others. So we need to appreciate the difference. When the Oka crisis, 9/11, violent G7 and G20 protests, the blockades of 2 years ago, a series of attacks on places of worship, and violence targeting energy workers were not cause for the use of emergency powers. And then when this hammer is used to target working people engaged in civil disobedience in response to unjustified and unscientific vaccine mandates, when this happens, what we see is that the contract at the heart of what it means to be a rule of law society seems to be fraying. If I had seen the church I was about to get married in burned to the ground, if I had lost my job or access to vital services because of vaccine mandates, if I had seen acts of lawlessness ignored, defended, and even perpetrated by senior leaders in this country, then I would find it a little bit rich for the government to say that the current situation constitutes a unique national emergency. The contract at the heart of a rule of law society is fraying when we see a prime minister with an incredible personal record of corruption, the only prime minister in history to violate ethics law on multiple occasions, now claiming that other people should be subject to severe and disproportionate consequences for so much as donating to the convoy even weeks before any blockading began. Now, it seems to me that the most important question for Canada today is not just about the particulars of this moment, but it's about how did we get here? We got here because of the arbitrary and inconsistent application of decisions by the government, the demonization of people who disagree, and the decline of our democratic institutions, leading people to believe that their voice cannot be heard any other way. If we're going to come together as a country and address the pain and division that has been sown, then we have to ask ourselves, Why the voice of a mother crying because her son lost his business and died by suicide because of COVID restrictions is not heard as loudly as the sound of a horn honking on Wellington Street? Why is it that a community of refugees from Egypt who had their house of worship burned to the ground in Surrey last year couldn't even get a statement from the Prime Minister, but potential for violence from this convoy led to a national state of emergency? We have to address the lack of empathy that clearly permeates our halls of power, and the lack of concern for working Canadians who have lost jobs and opportunity as a result of pandemic policies, as well as the broader attacks on their livelihood that we are seeing through government policy. Now, Madam Speaker, it may be hard for some people here to fully understand what many Canadians are going through, but I ask you all to spare a thought for people like the NDP leader's brother-in-law. The NDP leader might not be prepared to stand up for his brother-in-law, but I will be here to stand in the breach. Mr.
Sorry, we have a point of order for the honourable member for the Beauport-Limoilou. May I go to her? I just want to maybe ask the honourable member to maybe adjust his boom just a little bit up a little bit, because we are getting some popping, and I'm not sure if that's what is probably causing a problem here. L'honorable député de Beauport-Limoilou.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. My colleague is passionate, so he is speaking extremely quickly, and the interpreters are having trouble following him. I know that passion can be shared differently than through speaking so quickly. Very well. The honourable member of Sherwood Park, Saskatchewan, we ask you to slow down slightly just to make sure that the interpreters will be able to interpret the honourable member's speech.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I am very grateful to the interpreters for the important work they do. Mr. Dhaliwal donated $13,000 to the Freedom Convoy. After the fact, according to an NDP source, Mr. Dhaliwal has asked for his money back. This NDP source conveniently claims that there had been a misunderstanding about the true nature of the organization, which sounds like the sort of thing an NDP source would say. But regardless, let's take the NDP source at their word and suppose that Mr. Dhaliwal, who is the NDP leader's brother-in-law, donated as a result of a misunderstanding. Perhaps he accidentally clicked on the wrong GoFundMe page. Perhaps he donated $13,000 before he had had a chance to read the description. Let's say it's entirely true, and let's say that Mr. Dhaliwal wasn't the only one. I'm sure there are many everyday Canadians, just like Mr. Dhaliwal, who have donated to the convoy for various reasons. Because they oppose mandates, because they are concerned about the impact on supply chains, because they want to show support for truckers, or because of some sort of misunderstanding. I don't want Mr. Dhaliwal to have to worry about his bank account being frozen without a court order because of these emergency measures. The NDP might no longer be prepared to stand up for workers, for civil liberties, and for members of the NDP leader's own family, but Conservatives are prepared to step up when the NDP have let their own people down. And my colleagues have pointed out that the NDP and the Liberals are becoming almost exactly alike. But I do see one clear difference, because unlike the NDP leader, we know that the Prime Minister has a track record of doing a great deal to defend the financial interests of his family. Now, Mr. Speaker, in spite of the challenges we face, I am much more optimistic of the future of our country than I was 3 or 4 months ago. The convoy movement, with its complex cast of characters, with the presence of a few unsavory individuals, and with tens of thousands of people working for an end to mandates and a return to normal life. The convoy movement has led to a renewed interest in political involvement and participation within my constituency and across the country. It has inspired more Canadians to stand up for peace, order, and good government. Last night, I held a virtual town hall on short notice to discuss the Emergencies Act. There were over 300 participants, plus their family members and spouses. The message was overwhelming in confirming my decision to vote no. But participants also asked many good questions about how our democratic process works, how to influence change, and how they can get involved. Canadians do not want division, and they do not want lawlessness. They want a restoration of the rule of law through ordinary and lawful means, whereby both citizens and leaders respect human rights and follow the law, whereby the law is applied equally to all, regardless of their political views or status. They want an end to the mandates, and they want public health policies that are based on science. They want the ability to work and raise a family. Madam Speaker, the next convoy will not be a protest convoy, it will be a voters convoy. After this weekend, people will turn their attention towards learning about and engaging in the democratic process to defeat this divisive government and their NDP allies, and replace them with a government that will defend freedom, opportunity, and yes, the rule of law. God keep our land glorious.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I've listened quite extensively today to members of the Conservative Party. And their reactions to the blockades and the protesters and just the amount of support that they continue to provide that group. The conflicting message, on the one hand, they say that they're against the blockades and they want people to go home, and then the worshipping of their actions, Madam Speaker. We have been consistent. The blockades have cost our communities a great deal, whether it was shutting down downtown Ottawa, the blockades for economic purposes, job losses at our borders, Manitoba, Alberta, Ontario. The need is there, and a good example with this enactment is the issue of children. Children were actually used as a part of the blockade, and I'm wondering if he could provide his thoughts about using children in illegal blockades. Does he support that too?
Park Fort Saskatchewan.
Madam Speaker, frankly, even from this member, I expect better. My position has been clear. Yes to peaceful protests. Yes to those calling for an end to mandates. No to illegal blockading of critical infrastructure. And I would say that consistently across the board, regardless of who's doing the blockades. And no to the arbitrary abuse of power by this government to target people who have so much as donated to the convoy movement long before any of the blockades have started. It should be a fairly simple principle, and it's one that members of the Liberals and the NDP maybe once used to understand, which is that you cannot justify any abuse of power by government simply because you disagree with the actions of some protesters.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. We do see that this question has changed over the last 48 hours in as much as the truckers have left and most of the protesters have left as well. We see among the NDP the member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie, who has said on the news that if the truckers left, he might be able to rethink his decision. So I would like to know from our colleague whether, should the Prime Minister decide to allow a free vote on this important question, because he thinks that, now that the truckers have left, there would no longer be a matter of a national emergency. Might there be some, even among the Liberals, who might vote against this act?
Madam Speaker, I've been clear. I did not agree with the emergency measures being brought in the first place. I think law enforcement already had the tools that they needed, and I think that's been clear. But certainly now, it should be all the more evident, even to those who were maybe on the fence before, given that the blockades had the border blockades had either already ended or were well on their way to ending at the time the emergency measures were brought in. It would not make sense, certainly, to continue these emergency measures at any point past the protests and the blockades having ended. But I do want to be clear that I don't think there was any justification for bringing these measures in the first place and at any time.
And for a brief question, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, a brief question, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade, Export, Promotion, Small Business and Economic Development.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I appreciate the member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, as a man of logic. So I'm going to put to him some logical issues that are troubling some of us on this side of the House. One is that the protesters have talked about the importance of freedom of expression and yet assaulted journalists. Secondly, the importance of being anti-lockdown and yet resulted in the lockdown of downtown Ottawa. And thirdly, just this idea that robust supply chains are critical and then block supply chains in his own province of Alberta. Does he understand the reticence on this side of the House to dialogue with people who are engaging in such illegal activities?
The honourable member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan, brief question, answer, please. Sorry.
Madam Chair, in any other situation, that member would understand how problematic it is to cast such broad generalizations about groups of people, as if the protesters had all assaulted journalists, as if the protesters had all engaged in border blockade. This is utter nonsense. The member should know that tens of thousands of people have gone out across this country to engage in protests about these unjustifiable mandates. Many have done so peacefully. Many have done so having no sympathy whatsoever for blockading. I deplore any violence, of course. I hear that a journalist was pepper sprayed by somebody, or perhaps by law enforcement or by somebody else. And any attacks on journalists are totally unacceptable, regardless of who they're coming from. But this is not representative of the
It being 12:28 a.m. pursuant to order made sorry. Sorry. 12:02 a.m. It being pursuant to order made Thursday, February 17th, 2022, having reached the expiry of the time provided for today's debate, the House will resume consideration of the motion for confirmation at the next sitting of the House. En conséquence, la Chambre demeure.
Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow, or rather until later this day, at 7 a.m., pursuant to order made Thursday, February 17th, 2022.